Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became an Unstable God? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Wind was very loud in Izuku's ears as he stood at the edge of the highest building in the city. It was probably very dangerous to stand in there, or at least it would be, if not for the fact that Izuku is now very much immortal and such fall would only slightly annoy him. The sky was beautiful in the morning as the sun slowly rose, painting the world pink and gold. Air was still cold against his skin as he stared off into the distance. There really wasn't any reason he was there past. He wanted to. He had a lot to think about, and this place was not only quiet, but also had such a beautiful sight, which was definitely much better than going to the beach, which stink a whole lot. Now that he could get everywhere pretty easily, there was no reason not to be here. And what did he think about? His new gift is what he can't stop thinking about. Or this is what the angels he spoke to called it, I suppose. It's time to rewind some time and show what exactly has happened. Izuku has started his day off as normal, the day before this one, that is, considering the sun is rising already. He woke up in the morning, had a quick breakfast, went to school. Pretty normal, right? The school day seemed to be just as normal, if you don't count getting his notebook blown up and getting suicide baited by someone he considered a friend years ago. But yeah, we don't talk about that. Later, what's even more fun, he met All Might. Oh wow, such an amazing thing. But you know what they say, you should never meet your idols? All Might did not react well to learning that Izuku is quirkless and wants to be a hero, because apparently it's a bad idea, and then left him on a goddamn rooftop. For a number one hero, he really is stupid sometimes. Because if not for the fact he got blinded right after the hero left by some weird winged being telling him he's worth shit, he might have jumped. And now, back to the winged being, which was apparently an angel. It took him to some funny place, where the ground seemed like it was made out of clouds, which it might have been, if that thing was really an angel. It then went through a lot of stages of grief and desperation and whatever else, which ended up with it telling him that the god that ruled the world for so long is apparently dead with no one to take their place. And the angel offered him, a stupid quirkless 14-year-old kid, to become a new god. Excuse me, but what? After a long talk he had some more information, enough to know that it's not just a stupid quick decision made out of desperation but an actual plan the heavens had. But at that time he still had no idea if it's not a prank by any chance. As if the universe didn't hate him enough, all he needed was for someone to think it's funny to trick the quirkless kid he matters. He, of course, agreed to become a new god with a quick W. Sure, why not? Although still not fully believing it's all real. Which it was. Are you effing kidding me right now? Is the only sentence that went through his head for the next few hours as a bunch of different angels explained to him what he has to do as the new god, or whatever. Which is, in all honesty, not much. He just has to sometimes enter the heavens, every so often opening the mailbox of God, pick up a few letters with prayers and maybe grant a miracle to pretend that everything is fine. Well, why couldn't a random angel do that instead? Because they don't have the power? How could they give him the power then? Apparently he has a pure soul and that's why they picked him, and angels as beings with no souls could not take God's place. Well, that's still concerning and a stupid idea, not gonna lie. For ancient beings they really are stupid, if a few days without their leader made them panic like that. Or years. Apparently it's been a few years already. So, now he's the new god, with the power to do literally everything he wants to or whatever as long as he follows some weird rules set by the angels. FUN. But his newfound power to do everything and see everything and hear everything did not make him feel better all of a sudden. No, he still had the same emotional problems as he had before, just slightly to the left. Now, he had the power to be a hero, hell, he had the power to save the whole world and get rid of villains by just thinking about it. But it felt wrong. And also angels have warned him to not do anything too drastic or the world might become a mess, and that he is not allowed to take the free will of others with a bunch of other rules that technically made sense but were definitely limiting him a lot. As in, not allowed to make people unable to hurt others for forever. Keep the balance, as they said? Keep the order of things right, so the world doesn't change into chaos. Which, that sounds like even more fun. But, back to the current time. The sun had already risen up enough for the sky to turn light blue, meaning he spent way too much time up there. He reminded himself of all the rules he got that he can't cross or else his godly powers will be taken away before focusing on teleporting back home. He can barely understand how to use his newfound powers past just focusing on the funny feeling in his chest and thinking about what he wants to happen. This in itself could be very dangerous, especially if he's having a panic attack and just wants everyone to leave. Could he edit his brain to make sure he never gets panic attacks? Okay, that's taking it too far for now, too easy to mess up. So instead of thinking about that, he pulled at the warm feeling in his chest and imagined himself standing in an alley near his house where no one can see him and ask questions. A second later, he was already there, walking out of the alley like nothing ever happened, but still wondering. Should he give himself a quirk? Sure, he had something much better than a quirk, but having a quirk could make him seem normal. And as much as he doesn't fully need to be normal anymore, he doesn't immediately want to throw his life away just because of gaining god powers all of a sudden. It's stupid. Izuku then stood in front of his front door, all of a sudden realizing he has been gone for the whole day and it's probably at least 7 in the morning already. Well, maybe he will actually die. It's been nice being a god for a few hours, but now his life ends, huh? He took a deep breath before entering the building, making his way to his apartment. He was greeted by his mother sitting on a couch with deep bags under her way too red eyes. It's very visible that she has been crying. Although, her eyes widened when she saw him at the door as she immediately jumped off the couch and crushed him in a hug, crying. Where were you, my baby? I thought something happened. I even called the police but they couldn't find you and I was so worried. Are you hurt? She immediately checked him over to see if there are any injuries, and if Izuku wasn't internally freaking out right now he would have felt more guilty than he does. Way too much happened in such a short time. I'm okay, Mom. There's no need to worry, I'm not hurt, I'm sorry for not coming back home. I lost track of time. He didn't even need to lie about that, he really did. Why you know that you can trust me with everything, right? She asked with tears still spilling out her eyes. I know. I'm sorry, it won't happen again, I promise. He said, feeling bad for not saying anything to her. But hey, he never expected to end up in heaven, and he has no idea if there's any phone signal up there. Could there even be any? Now that's a theory he has to check the next time he's up there. Sure, no one was ever actually called by their dead relative, but they didn't have phones so it doesn't make his theory wrong. Inko has been fussing over him for another few minutes before she finally let him go to his room and rest. Which he did, throwing himself onto the bed, feeling too tired to change out of his clothes. If he has god powers then that means he can just use that to change out of his clothes with no effort, right? So, he focused on it again, quickly imagining the change of clothes into what he usually used as pajamas. Sadly, his school uniform disappeared into thin air thanks to that, which was annoying, but nothing that can't be fixed. He will fix it when he wakes up. Man, I really do hope I won't forget about it and search for my uniform for hours, he thought just as he's been falling asleep. In the evening, he decided to slip out of the house once again, this time teleporting on the beach. Thanks to all the trash around, the possibility of anyone finding him there is very small, which is perfect for what he's planning to do. And what is exactly his plan? He decided to give himself a quirk. Sure, he could pretend his god powers are a quirk, but explaining everything would be a mess. It's also too strong to be a quirk. And maybe, just maybe, he wants to keep that one thing a secret for now. Technically there was no rule saying he can't just go up to people and shout, I'm your new god, so deal with it, guys. But he would rather not do that. Or at the very least not so soon. There's also the idea of vigilantism. Now that he has such amazing powers, it would be a waste if he were to not try his hand at saving people even now. Sure, it might be illegal, but he's a god now, so who cares? No one needs to know who he is, so there's no need to worry about anything, and as long as he doesn't use his god powers to take away free will of others, he can still stop crime. Yeah, he asked the angel that had been telling him the rules if he can still be a hero and they agreed so. Vigilantism must count as well, right? So, he has to make himself a quirk that would be good for vigilantism, and a quirk that would fit well for his day-to-day life. There must be something amazing. He could even give himself a lot of quirks. All of them. But then again, it would be suspicious, and he's still not used to the idea of being able to fix everything with the snap of his fingers. The sand was warm from the sun as Izuku sat down and pulled out a new notebook just to create a few ideas for his new identities and quirks that he could possibly use. After a few hours, it already started to get dark as he finally decided on what quirk he picked to be the best for him in his day-to-day life. He wanted something flashy, that for sure, and he got inspired by a bunch of angels he met, which made him decide to get some wings. Most of the angels that he talked to were strange forms made out of light and eyes, and sometimes flames, with a bunch of wings and funny flying rings. At first, yeah, they looked somewhat human, but once he received his powers they all went up in flames while giving him a slight heart attack, as apparently those forms were much more comfortable for them. Which is why his main quirk will be flaming wings. He decided that he wanted to have speed-based wings that he could set on fire, as well as he decided to give himself the ability to pluck the feathers out and set them on fire even when they are not connected to his body. Maybe he also took a small inspiration from hawks and decided on the ability to control all the feathers as well, but he decided that he will be using it mostly for sending out flaming feathers and exploding them, taking away Kaken's thing as well, huh? At the same time he felt bad for doing so, but he also felt proud of his decision. There's just so much he can do while still pointing at the wings and saying it's all just one quirk. He sketched out a few designs for his possible wings before deciding on fully white ones, with extremely shiny emerald feathers only at the base and the tips of the wings. Giving himself a quirk was weirdly easy. He just imagined himself having the wings, thinking about everything he could possibly do with them and how they work, and they just appeared. 1 second he was thinking about having wings, and the second there was a lot of weight on his back. He quickly flexed and relaxed the wings a bunch of times to get somewhat familiar with the feeling, which was extremely weird but not unpleasant. There was a big broken mirror laying in the sand a bit closer to the water, so Izuku stepped closer to it before stretching his wings fully so he could see the reflection. And if he needs to be honest, he loved this shiny look the green parts had, yet white doesn't seem to fully fit him. His hair is dark green and half of it appears to be black under the right angle, so the colors definitely don't fit together too well. Which made him wonder if he should change the color fully. At the same time, it would look better, but also he doesn't know what other color past black could fit in to make it look nice and flashy. Black is not a very flashy color. In the end, he decided that some sacrifices needed to be made as he shifted the main color from white to black, making the shiny green stand out even more. Then, just for the fun of it, he made it so that every feather had green tips. It looked nice, so who can blame him? Izuku was basically bouncing with excitement over the idea that he has a quirk now. Sure, he got literal god powers the previous day, but it was something different. A quirk is something he can show off, and being a god is not fully something he would want to announce to the whole world just yet. Thinking about telling anyone about it just made him uncomfortable, to say the least. Possibly scared as well. But now he had a quirk, and he could be a hero like he always wanted to be. He spent the rest of the night learning how to at least somewhat use his wings, which was much harder than he thought it would be and resulted in him stupidly getting injured on some rusty trash. Thankfully, with his new powers he could easily heal himself, so that was no problem as he teleported himself back home, preparing himself mentally for the conversation he will have with his mother today. After all, he can't keep his quirk a secret until UA if he wants to be allowed to go out to train more. So after a quick nap, which ended up lasting only 1 hour before he used his powers to give himself more energy, he was ready for the day. Maybe not for the conversation, but that really needed to be done. And if anything, he can always hop back in time to 5 minutes before the conversation, as the angels didn't say anything about this kind of time manipulation. Only that he probably shouldn't move back in time to before he became a god, but that's kinda understandable. He dressed in something casual for the day. It was such a pretty Sunday morning, so thankfully no school, and then took a deep breath before leaving the room. Sounds coming from the kitchen confirmed that his mom is already up and probably making breakfast, so there's no going back now. He was both extremely excited to share that he has a quirk now, but also extremely terrified. Sure, he might be a god, but he's been one for only 2 days. Before it all felt like a dream, but talking with his mom makes it feel so official. Like there's no going back anymore, it's all real, and it makes him dizzy just to think about everything he will possibly end up doing in his life with his new god powers. But back to reality, he slowly made his way to the kitchen, nervously thinking about what he's going to say. His mom noticed him and smiled at him as she put the breakfast down on the table. "Good morning, Izuku. Have you slept well?" she asked. He stammered out a "waya," which made Inko look slightly alarmed before he took a deep breath. "There's something we have to talk about, Dash." Inko has been sitting on the opposite side of the table to her son, visibly lost in thought. The breakfast was still laying on the table, long forgotten and probably cold already as she tried to process everything her son just said. "So, you had a quirk this whole time? From since when?" she asked and made Izuku feel guilty once again. Yeah, he lied that he had a quirk for some time already, but he did that because he couldn't fully explain everything that has happened the last 2 days. So he just stuck with, "I got into a villain accident some time ago and my quirk manifested, but I didn't want to worry you and didn't know how to tell you, so I'm telling you now." It doesn't seem fully like a lie, because yes, he was attacked by a villain and yes, he got a quirk fairly recently. But he lied about the time it all happened, as to not worry her too much. It happened like a few days ago? Around a week? I spent some time 2 days ago trying to figure out how my quirk worked, which is why I came back so late. I didn't mean to focus on it for the whole night, but it was Friday Dash, he said, looking away. "Izuku, why didn't you tell me?" She sounded really sad, which only broke Izuku's heart even more. But he can't tell her he got godly powers, not yet. I didn't know how to tell you. I just didn't know how you would react." After that comment, Inko got up and walked over to Izuku before pulling him into a bone-crushing hug. "My baby, you don't need to worry about it. We can go and get your quirk registered right away, okay? Now let's eat breakfast, it's getting cold." She was clearly crying, but this time it seemed to be mostly from happiness. Yet, Izuku still felt awful for lying. But he smiled anyway, deciding that it's a decision he made for the greater good. The same way he lied about the bullying. He forced himself to dismiss the thought. After sitting back down, he tried to push the breakfast down as his stomach seemed to tie itself up from the nerves the moment he remembered his school situation. How will they react to him suddenly gaining a quirk? And such a great quirk? That only made him dread Monday enough to wonder if he could possibly stop time so it's Sunday for eternity. He's a god, he should be allowed to do that. But then again, he hasn't really done anything godly, per se, just yet. All he did was teleport a few times and give himself a quirk, and he has been a god for 2 days already. He shouldn't be worrying about talking to his bullies or making sure his mom doesn't worry, he should be solving the world's problems. Thinking about that only made him feel worse, but he still forced himself to eat everything his mom gave him, and he smiled even if he didn't feel like he could. His new wings had been a constant weight in his mind and slight discomfort in his back even while he had them fully hidden, not letting his mind wander off too far from what he dreaded, which is facing Kakin. The excitement of having a quirk faded as he was scared of the school's reaction to him not being useless anymore. Izuku then summoned his wings to wrap them around himself, accidentally knocking a plate off the table with one. He let out a surprised yelp as he took a step back, which only made one of his wings drag the chair with it, making it fall down as well. "Oops. I guess I really need to learn how to use them," he thought. "I'm sorry," he said to his mom, who seemed to start tearing up again, and this time Izuku had no idea what was the reason. But she was smiling, so maybe it's not as bad as it looks? She didn't let him think about it too long though as she called out, "Don't," to him when he tried to pick up the bigger pieces of the shattered plate, continuing it then by saying, "I will clean that up. Go put on some nice clothes as we will be getting your quirk registry changed today." After that she went to clean up the mess while Izuku did his best to keep his wings as close to his body as possible. He felt a little bit uncomfortable with not having them out for so long, probably because he never had a quirk, so he feels the need to keep them just like that for a while. He shuffled out of the room and made his way back, spending much longer than needed on just making sure he doesn't knock anything off any shelf. After sitting down on the bed, he suddenly realized something. His shirt. Last one he had on got ripped up when he summoned the wings, which means it's another thing he broke in such a short amount of time with his new quirk, and he didn't even use the flames yet. He has a lot of learning to do, huh? A few hours later, the happy feeling came back the moment they left the quirk specialist office after getting his quirk registered. He simply called it Phoenix Wings because they can be set on fire and left it at that. The doctor, checking if his quirk is actually real, also seemed very surprised at the idea of him gaining a quirk all of a sudden, but thankfully didn't comment on it too much past some basic things. With his new quirk registry, he will be able to do so many great things. His mother even decided that they are going to throw a party to celebrate him getting a quirk, even if he didn't fully want one. Sure, it was nice, but he would rather go to the beach and practice with his wings more instead of sitting in his house and celebrating. With Kaken. Of course, his mother decided to call Mitsuki right after their conversation and tell her about the villain attack that Izuku lied about, of course, and how under stress his quirk has manifested. So, apparently Bakugo and his parents were invited to his celebration party. Fun. Very fun. He can at least hope that Kaken won't be mad at him and attack him over it in his own house. But just in case, the moment Izuku and his mom entered the apartment, he went straight to his room to be able to focus on giving himself full heat resistance, so even if his friend decided to try anything, he won't get hurt. If he is already doing that, in the end he spent all the time his mother was preparing a celebration party locked up in his room just thinking of basic enhancements that he could give himself. He picked ones that no one would actually call a second quirk, possibly no one would even notice them, as to not worry about having to explain that. Izuku gave himself higher speed, higher strength, ability to jump higher, heat resistance, cold resistance, faster reflexes, making it so that falling from higher places wouldn't hurt him, which is partly shock absorption. Maybe? He actually doesn't know if he should count it as shock absorption, considering that if anyone were to hit him it would still have the same effect, and it saves him only from falling off something. Does it count? He has been pulled out of his thoughts by his mother calling him, so he stretched, doing his best to get his body to move properly. He felt as if he had fallen asleep in a sitting position, but he doesn't remember ever closing his eyes. Maybe it's a side effect to using his god powers. He focused on everything so much he never realized how much time has passed. Squinting at the clock, Izuku saw that it has been 3 hours already. How? I swear it's been only 10 minutes, when did that happen? He thought as he got up on wobbly feet, trying to get the muscles in his legs to wake up. Maybe he really did take a nap by accident? He slowly made his way out the door, forgetting about his wings again and knocking one wing into the door frame with a quiet thump. He hissed as he pulled his wing much closer to himself again, massaging the place where he got hurt. He really needs to learn how to use them properly if he doesn't want this to keep happening. Izuku walked out the door fully, this time remembering his wings as he slowly walked to the living room, suspicious of his surroundings as if everything was just waiting to get in his way to be knocked down by his wings. The moment he entered the living room, his eyes immediately locked up with crimson ones on the other side of the room. Bakugo was standing there in his living room, leaning over a wall with murderous glare in his eyes. The eye contact got broken after around a minute of a passive-aggressive staring contest when Izuku's wings fluffed up nervously, making Bakugo's eyes move to them. In all honesty, the explosive teen looked ready to murder someone, and there was nothing that Izuku wished for more than running back to his room and locking the door, possibly pushing every piece of furniture he owns under it as well to make sure no one gets in. But he needs to be stronger than that. So he took a deep breath to calm himself down before taking a few more steps into the room, gaining the attention of the adults. Inko immediately rushed over to him and told him to sit down so she could bring the cake, and Bakugo's parents started congratulating him on his quirk finally manifesting. Meanwhile, Bakugo himself still just stood there, clearly wanting to say something but also possibly not wanting to cause a scene, which made Izuku wonder what his parents did to make sure he stays in line during the visit. Or maybe it's just that he doesn't want to destroy everything in front of Inko and his parents. Either way, he decided to focus only on the cake his mom has made, so the moment he got his share he just went to analyze everything he possibly could about it, if only to not make eye contact with Bakugo anymore. He knew that the blonde was still staring at him, but he did his best to drown out the feeling of dread as he let the adults in the room carry the conversation. Sure, they asked him things every so often and he answered, but for the most part he just let them talk. At least he knew they wouldn't let Bakugo hurt him, so as long as they are here he should be fine. He can deal with it. It's fine. It's not fine anymore. The moment the Bakugo's family was supposed to leave he felt relieved, but the happiness didn't last long as the explosive blonde, right before leaving, decided to ask if he could talk to him alone. And Izuku wanted to say no and run off, but Inko still thought they were friends, so she told them that they can stay in the house for a little longer while she goes out with Mitsuku and Masaru to give them some privacy in clearly such an important moment of their lives. Which, of course, made Izuku want to scream. Suddenly the protection of his mother is gone as they left him with the explosive blonde in the room all alone. And it didn't even take too long for Bakugo to literally explode about the whole thing. Not yelling yet, probably in case Inko is still close to the door and could head, but still as aggressive as always. You think I'm a idiot, don't you, Deku? Bakugo growled. You have been taking me and everyone at school for idiots, looking for pity points with this goddamn weak quirkless bullshit? F-I-N-G disgusting. And useless Deku and a liar too, he spat out, but that only made Izuku's thoughts come to a screeching halt. I what? I was really quirkless. He tried to defend himself. Oh, I don't remember you getting involved in any FING villain attack lately, so what do you say about that, huh? You acted like normal all week, but now you're saying you had a quirk during that time too. The blonde teen slowly started getting louder, which, at first he started with a somewhat normal tone, as normal as it could be for him. Now, the longer they are alone the more mad he seems to get. It's not like that. Huh? What the hell, Deku? Why haven't you shown off your shitty butt wings already if you got them a week ago, huh? Are you effing looking down on me, you piece of shit? Think that I'm not good enough to see them, huh? Or maybe it's just a shitty FING excuse. Oh yeah, he told them that he had the wings for a week already because that's what he told his mom to not worry her about getting attacked by a villain just a day before. Well, if dash. During this whole rant Izuku was just backing away from the other teen, who looked just as aggressive and murderous as ever. Kakakin, you know I wouldn't keep something like that hidden for no reason. Izuku stammered out, summoning his wings once again just so he could protectively curl them around himself. Yeah? Well, you effing did. Bakugo's hands already started sparkling. You hid it for a effing week, maybe even longer. The sparkles grew bigger. No, I didn't. What the hell do you mean by that, Deku? Izuku then took a deep breath, reminding himself that he is, in fact, a god now, so he should be able to fight back against one teenager, right? Or, at the very least, he has his new quirk and heat resistance which he can protect himself with. Maybe it won't hurt as badly now. Listen. I had it only for 2 days. I told my mom it's been a week too. To not make her worried, okay? The other teen seemed surprised for a fraction of a second before turning his face into a snarl once again. So you are a FING liar now, aren't you, Deku? You can't deny this sheet anymore. And how the hell did you even get a shitty FING quirk? I don't believe this stress bullshit. What wouldn't you like to know, huh? What if I say that your advice worked, Bakugo? Izuku knew that this was probably taking it too far, but seeing the shock on the blonde's face made it all worth it. He is, of course, talking about the whole swan dive off a roof talk, even if what he is saying currently is not really true. Sure, he considered it but didn't actually go through with it yet. Bakugo doesn't need to know that. And using his name along with it was necessary to get the blonde to leave him alone, or at least give him enough time to get away. Which Izuku did, ignoring the world as he ran to the door, opened it, and left. He hoped that Bakugo wouldn't use that opportunity to destroy his room or something, but whatever. He can bring everything back to how it was before with his god powers anyway. The moment he left the building he noticed his mom walking back, waving at him. Which, he waved back slightly before pointing at the sky, spreading out his wings and flying up. Sure, he was pretty shitty at flying just yet, but thanks to the few hours he got he knew how to at the very least push himself up in a somewhat straight line. Somewhat. He hoped that at least he was fast enough that no one noticed his struggle. Ending up on the roof pretty quickly, he walked towards the edge before jumping onto another building, somehow managing to glide using his wings, which wasn't intended at first, but he would never admit that he did it by accident. Who knew keeping your wings still like an airplane could help in gliding, huh? Izuku then made his way towards the other side of the building and jumped off, doing his best to stop the fall with his wings. The moment he was hidden from view of random people, he decided to teleport back to the beach to calm down after the entire encounter. He might have made a mistake. That is possible, considering what he said, what he lied about. Izuku literally just lied about trying to commit a suicide just to get Bakugo's reaction. Holy f, was that a huge mistake? Sure, yeah, he wanted to, he was planning to, but it never happened, so why the hell did he tell him that it did? What if he told his mom? Okay, maybe leaving like that was definitely not the best idea. Maybe he should have explained things or kicked him out or did literally anything else than the worst-case scenario. He curled up his wings tightly around himself as his thoughts slowly spiraled, pulling him into a panic attack. His breathing was way too quick for it to be comfortable as he thought about all the ways it could all go wrong. All the worst-case scenarios kept repeating, for what felt like eternity as his connection to reality slowly slipped away. All the sounds seemed to disappear in the swirl of words, thousands of voices screaming in his mind louder than the outside world. He could barely understand most of them, but he was sure as hell that he's been mumbling this whole time. But then, everything seemed to just slow down, and his emotions have gotten dull as something forced him to breathe properly, although he still felt like breathing in cotton. After a few minutes of that unknown haze, his eyes slowly opened, which he doesn't even remember closing as he saw what he first could describe as an angel standing in front of him. Which, considering he actually met some, isn't fully accurate, but who cares? Huh? Thanks, but I don't think I'm an angel. You good now? The boy with purple hair who has been kneeling in front of him asked, making Izuku's face go red because he definitely did not mean to say that. Why the hell did he even say that? Oh, right, he was panicking, now he's not. How did that even happen? What exactly happened? Izuku asked, looking away at the trash around them for a few seconds. And why are you here? The boy sighed as he rubbed the back of his neck. You had a panic attack. I helped you. I could also ask what are you doing here as well, but I guess your situation is self-explanatory, isn't it? The purple-haired teen looked away as well, staring at the sea. All Izuku could do now is just stare at him as he thought about what to say. But then he decided to ask about how exactly he helped. Is that your quirk? The other boy's expression seemed to sour at that, so Izuku quickly continued. I think it's really cool, it helped me a lot. Is it some kind of emotion manipulation? Mind control? Either way, I think that it's very helpful and I'm thankful for your help because it could have ended much worse if not for you, so I guess what I want to say is, Izuku cut off his rambling when he noticed the surprised expression that the purple-haired boy had. You don't think that it's bad? What? No, it's amazing. It helped me so much. But brainwashing is a villain's quirk. The boy seemed ashamed to admit that, which only made the green-haired boy more sad. It's not. It's a great quirk that could be used in so many different situations. If you want to become a hero, then you could, for example, make villains surrender without a fight, so no one would get hurt. You would be so useful in hostage situations and keeping people calm, and how could anyone say otherwise? Izuku also couldn't help but feel a little bit jealous for the only power that he could never touch. Brainwashing is kinda taking away people's free will, so it's the one and only quirk he could never have no matter if he's a god or not, which is very interesting to say the least. He can't help but wonder if he could use that as a loophole around the rule. Thanks. The confused boy finally responded. Oh, and my name is Midoriya Izuku. Sorry for my rambling, but I really think you could do a lot of good with your quirk. He smiled brightly, almost forgetting about everything that has happened in the past 3 days, focusing on the now. Almost. Shinso. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. The boy, Shinso, spoke, and Izuku really hoped that they could stay friends. He seemed like a cool person to hang out with. Why are you here in this dump? Two teenage boys sat on the still warm sand as they watched the waves hitting some of the trash left too close to the water. The atmosphere was much lighter after they talked for a while than it was when the conversation first started, that for sure. "So, how often are you coming here?" Izuku asked, wondering if they will maybe see each other more often. "Sometimes maybe, when I want to be alone to think." Well, that response makes sense, but is not very informational for Izuku, who actually needs to be alone to do some things. But whatever, the beach is really big, surely Izuku would find another place to hide. Although, the idea of maintaining friendship with Shinso sounds amazing. After all, the green-haired boy doesn't really have many friends, or any at this point, so it would be fun to keep in contact. Which he voiced, of course. "I have been thinking, do you want to, maybe keep in contact? Why, friends and stuff?" Izuku felt weird asking that. Why? Well, this answer is something he for sure wasn't expecting. "Because I think you're cool." "No, I don't really have any friends." The green-haired boy's wings puffed up as he stuck them to his sides, slightly hiding his face, but not fully because he did not want to be rude by just hiding behind a wall of feathers. Shinso seemed surprised, although it was visible in his expression that he was hesitant to believe that. How would anyone not want to be your friend? "Hell, I'm sure with your great quirk it should be easy," the purple-haired teen said bitterly, looking at the shiny wings currently covering half of Izuku's face. "No? Izuku squeaked out before hiding his face even more, slightly comforted by the ticking of the feathers on his nose. "My quirk manifested late." "Like really late? By now everyone still doesn't like me." He felt bad saying that, worried about possibly making the other boy not like him anymore, which was stupid to think about, considering what he had said about the so-called villainous quirks, but it was still a possibility in Izuku's eyes. How late? Surely they would have gone over the time of quirklessness and forgot by now. And not exactly. "Got my quirk 2 days ago?" Izuku slightly cringed after saying that, because in all honesty it sounded pretty bad. "You've got to be kidding me. How old are you even?" Shinso at the very least didn't seem to instantly hate him and be more in shock. But even that, Izuku had no idea how he could read his expressions so well. Shinso literally had mostly a blank expression all the time, and his way of speaking didn't change almost at all, so how did he know exactly what the other boy was feeling? Especially considering he didn't even see his face currently. Something then whispered at the back of his mind that reading people instantly was a part of him being a god and needing to know if people are truthful or liars, and it took him a moment to realize that it's not just the usual way he thinks but instead, in fact, it was an angel speaking to him. Which he focused on way too much, considering the fact that Shinso decided that it took him too long to respond. "You still there or did you fall asleep?" Sarcasm basically dripped from his words. "Oh, sorry, I just stopped paying attention." I noticed, the other boy still seemed to wait for an answer to the previous question though, so he didn't say much more past that, slightly annoyed. "Oh, I'm 14-inch," Izuku said quietly, before slightly lowering his wings so he could see Shinso's reaction. "Me too. But how the hell did you get a quirk so late?" "Trauma-induced quirk activation?" Izuku knew he probably sounded like a strangled cat while saying that, but he still felt weird about lying. "Oh." Shinso didn't say much after that for quite some time, which only worried the green-haired teen before he finally picked up the conversation again, this time asking about his opinion on underground heroes, which Izuku did, in fact, have a lot to say about. And he was secretly thankful for the change of topic. They ended up talking for much longer afterwards, and Izuku asked for Shinso's number only to realize his phone was left in his room. His mother probably has no idea where he is and she can't even call him. That's bad. Welp, it's time to panic. So he quickly let the other boy scribble his number in his notebook as he said his goodbyes and ran to another hidden part of the beach to teleport back home as fast as possible. Teleporting to an alley, he wished that he knew how to fly for at least a minute or so he could get home faster, without even realizing that he still had his god powers still activated at that moment, as it was seconds after teleporting, right before he shut down the warm feeling in his chest. Izuku quickly spread out his wings as he felt something weird doing that, but brushed it off as his mind being in panic and messing with him. Flapping his wings a bunch of times, he noticed that it was weirdly easier than it was this morning. He somehow managed to successfully fly up and onto the roof of the building, after which he continued by running, only using his wings when he needed to jump onto the next building, and when he finally stood on top of his own apartment building to soften his landing. Running inside, he thought about how much happened during the past 2 days, and how all he wanted to do was go and take a nap for the next few weeks or something. His mother noticed him, and worry was very strong in her voice, but at least she didn't rush to squeeze the hell out of him right after seeing him like yesterday. "My baby, are you all right? You didn't take your phone with you and I was so worried when you ran off like that." "I'm fine, Mom. I'm sorry I forgot to take it with me. I just went for a walk and to stretch my wings a little, but I haven't been seen using my quirk in public spaces." So don't worry about that either. Inko still ended up asking him a bunch of things before finally letting him go back to his own room, which he happily did. After picking his phone up and texting the number Shinso has scribbled in his notebook, he laid down on the bed, ready to take a nap or something. He was emotionally exhausted from the panic attack and just wanted to doze off for a while. But instead, his phone kept buzzing, not letting him close his eyes. For a second, Izuku was wondering who the hell is sending him things, as he doesn't really have any friends. But he was curious, so he decided to check it out before sleeping. As it turned out, his classmates decided to finally add him to the school group chat, which he had no access to for past years of school due to being quirkless and a punching bag of literally everyone. No one cared enough to add him. If no one wanted him there in the past, then why did they? They found out about the quirk change. He clicked on the chat room icon and started scrolling through the newest messages, noticing how most people's opinions on him didn't change. They apparently wanted to only interrogate him about his new quirk, not actually befriend him, and send stupid jokes and photos of chicken wings which looked like the poor animals were sick due to lack of most feathers. It was probably meant to make him feel bad about his new quirk, wasn't it? It only made him feel bad for the poor chickens. Either way, they all know, so it's at the very least one less worry for Monday. He won't be forced to tell it to the class and deal with shocked reactions if they already know, right? And if he tells them what they know, maybe they won't bother him about it after school. In all honesty, Izuku was really surprised that Bakugo went so far as to tell others about his new quirk, especially after how the conversation ended. Yeah, hoping that the blonde boy would keep quiet about something so important was stupid, but he thought that there was at least a little bit of respect left in his childhood friend. Guess not. The moment his classmates noticed that he's online and read the messages, they started asking a bunch of questions, which, most of them were mocking him as well. Although, Izuku could still appreciate the effort it took to add him to the group chat instead of just ignoring him and cornering him after school or something. In the end, the group chat is a better option for him to save himself some trouble, so he will use that. He answered a few questions about his quirk and, well, how he got it before deciding he's too tired to deal with it as he left the chat room and blocked them so they can't add him again. There's no reason for him to be there, as it seems like all they want to do is insult him outside of school as well. He eventually ended up falling asleep while texting Shinso, about an hour after the whole group chat mess. Thankfully, his new friend was much nicer than his classmates, even if a bit sarcastic at times. Or actually pretty often. Damn, it's actually much harder to understand how he's feeling and if he's serious or not through text than in person, even if Izuku is still pretty sure that the boy doesn't express emotions and somehow the green-haired boy is the weird one by knowing them out of nowhere. He felt a little bit bad for breaking through the walls so fast, walls that the other team must have worked so hard on creating, only thanks to some weird powers of reading people he somehow got. Either way, his nap lasted a few hours, and Izuku got woken up by his mother to eat dinner. Which felt really weird for him considering that he doesn't usually take naps like that, but nothing from the past 2 days had been normal and he still felt exhausted when he tried to get up. Quickly he pulled on the warmth of his powers in his chest and gave himself a boost of energy, hoping that it's enough to fix his emotional exhaustion as well. It didn't help much with his mental exhaustion, but at the very least it gave him enough energy to ignore it. Making his way downstairs, he summoned his wings once again as his quirk started itching again. Then the rest of the day was painfully average. He had dinner, went to do homework, and generally seemed to detach himself from reality as per usual as his normal routine made him think less, working on instincts. Even getting a quirk can't fully heal his emotional problems, apparently. Although, the moment night came, Izuku started feeling excited once again. His energy levels have been really high once again after the nap, and, well, using his powers to make himself less tired too, of course. The moment his mother went to bed, he teleported straight to Dagoba Beach to train his flying abilities more. The beach was still really dirty and covered in trash as a whole, but it wasn't a problem, right? He just pulled on the warmth of his powers again and made a circle of trash disappear around him, making it a perfect spot to learn. Sure, he would need to go to school in the morning, but he can just... He made himself a pair of gloves that were activated by thoughts alone and let him stick to literally any surface, while looking like normal very thin leather gloves. Next item was an orb that could glow on its own and defy gravity. Wherever he left it, it was stuck in that place, moving only slightly in a similar way to a ball in a pool of unmoving water. It did not need any electricity to power it, and in all honesty he made it only to see if it's possible without having anything actually inside it. The only thing he put there was some water, so at least it appeared as if something was inside, but it was literally just that. A glass ball with water inside it that was working against all laws of nature without being affected by a quirk. His experiments only left Izuku more and more excited over time as he started going over a lot of different ideas in his head for support items he could make. After all, nothing is going to be a problem anymore. He doesn't need to worry about space it takes, materials, or even needing knowledge to create any of those. So he worked. After getting rid of a lot, or in fact all of All Might's merchandise, he had a lot of space to store his weird objects and support items that he thought of. In one day he made a lot of materials that had cool effects or were basically impossible to break. A flashlight that was actually a flamethrower, a working lightsaber, a working untraceable laptop that he made just to check how complicated his creations can be, as well as rocket shoes, more kinds of gloves, mechanical insects that he could control, wing armor, and all other kinds of completely random fun things. In the morning he stored them all in a few boxes and felt much better than the day before, basically vibrating with unused energy. After all, he can get basically any item he could ever wish for. Isn't that a good enough reason to be excited? Sadly, he still has to go through the school day like usual, which is only slightly annoying this time. At least he has a purpose and a new goal in mind now. And no one can stop him from achieving it. At the end of the week, he already got all the knowledge about his god powers he needed to decide that school was just a waste of time at this point. After all, Izuku has checked if he can give himself information about people, things he wanted to know about, starting with gaining all the knowledge he was supposed to learn at school and ending with learning about All Might's history and his worst enemy. And learning that All Might is a fing hypocrite as well. Sure, he felt a little bit bad about using his god powers to take away a big chunk of privacy from the #1 hero, but the moment he learned that All Might was also quirkless before someone else gave him his one-for-all quirk, that only made him angry at the man for what he said on the rooftop. He also looked into the whole all-for-one mess as well, finding out that the villain is, in fact, alive. But Izuku had no idea if he should do anything about it or not, so he decided to leave it for later when he gets a better grasp on his full power, as the villain is not as active as in the past thanks to his injury. Another reason as to why he didn't immediately teleport all-for-one to jail the moment he learned about him is shigaraki. One quick scan of his life, from the moment his quirk manifested to how he was stuck with AFO his whole life, made Izuku simply feel bad for him for being dragged into this mess as a kid. In all honesty, it made the green-haired boy want to help him get redemption before it's too late, as it would be sad to see someone never get a chance to see the world from a different perspective. Sure, he doesn't fully know how to help someone who's an important part of a villain organization and as emotionally unstable as Shigaraki is, but he just can't leave it like that after he found out all this mess. It just wouldn't be fair for him. So, he spent the whole Friday going over different plans on somehow fixing his mindset while not being too suspicious. Something in his mind screamed at him to leave it alone and that he's a villain, nothing to save anymore, it's already too late, but no. All Izuku could see was a child who had been hurt to a point of breaking. And how could he be a proper, loving, forgiving god, or whatever the angels expect him to be, without helping people who really need it? He can punt AFO into the sun after fixing shigaraki and making sure the man gets some therapy instead of jail time. Or at the very least get therapy in jail, but he still deserved better. They do not really recruit people currently, only talk to people who they approach themselves, and he needs to get himself another identity. The best way to go about it is to become somewhat known by the time they do. But he doesn't want to really become a villain for the sake of one person that might not even accept the idea of redemption. Hurting others for one person sounds much worse than just leaving it be. Being a vigilante instead should be the next best thing, right? So he started planning his vigilante career, already excited over having another chance to make a brand new quirk. There were so many that he would love to have, he could never decide all on his own. Yet, he doesn't have anyone he could ask for advice. The only person he could possibly ask is Shinso, but even then, the purple-haired boy does not know anything about his situation. Picking his main quirk was easier because he knew exactly what kind of hero he wanted to be, but a quirk for his vigilante and then semi-villain identity? He had no idea how it should look, how it should work. Which is why he spent all Friday night writing a list of all interesting quirks that could fit his plans. A lot of them. In the end, he came up with a basic plan for his second identity. His other persona was called Akatani Mikumo, and he decided on keeping the same age. Picking a different one would feel weird. Even worse than pretending to be someone else in general. His other identity had black hair that was slightly longer and less curly than his original hair, and also red eyes instead of green. The face structure also got changed somewhat, to make sure that no one would think they are the same person or related. Quirks that he thought about giving himself were mostly not very flashy ones, which could work well for being a vigilante or villain and staying in the shadows. Sure, he mourned his second identity not having wings, but some things need to be done. First idea he thought of was some kind of shadow manipulation which could let him sneak around easier, maybe even disappear whenever he wanted to. Second was teleportation, which he started to enjoy doing, but in the end he will still teleport anyway, so making it his official quirk seems like a waste. Yeah, he wouldn't need to exactly hide with his teleportation, but that doesn't sound as appealing as other options. Third option was creating weapons and objects out of nowhere, similar to how he created the giant pile of support items he somehow managed to hide in his room without his mother noticing. But he could also just say that he has contacts with people who can get him the items, which would also be such a wasted opportunity. Fourth one was pretty simple, strength and speed enhancers, enough so it's visible that it is a quirk, but that sounds boring. He wants to have something special even for his vigilante persona. Another bunch of ideas he scribbled down were regeneration, immortality, gravity control, animal shape-shifting, having bat wings, and even some more uncommon-sounding ones, like being untraceable and never leaving a trail behind, or having a quirk making it so that most quirks just simply won't hurt nor even work on him. The more ideas he wrote down, the harder it got for him to pick, and he still felt too nervous to ask his friend about it, because if he ends up using the recommended quirk, what if Shinso connects the dots and figures out that both he and the vigilante are the same person? The purple-haired boy likes underground heroes, which means that he is probably hearing about some vigilantes as well. What if he would figure it out? Yeah, the probability of it happening is very slim, but his paranoid thoughts made him not want to risk it. In the end, Izuku locked himself in the bathroom to change forms and see which one would fit the general image he already created for himself. Which, it's not like he couldn't change it, but he liked what he made currently. During the transformation, he felt funny as his whole body changed, down to the very core, his DNA and even skin tone became much lighter, enough that he looked awfully pale. Izuku stared at his reflection in the mirror, feeling extremely weird seeing a completely different person stare back at him. Well, at the very least he is sure no one would connect them, they did not look related at all. He touched his face, feeling how different it seemed. Welp, at the very least he got rid of the baby face. Maybe people will treat him more seriously now. A few minutes later, he still couldn't stop staring at himself, but he knew he had yet to finish his second identity fully. After opening his notebook, his eyes skimmed over the page, locking on one of the last ideas on the list. A mutation quirk, huh? This way no one could connect Akatani Mikumo to his real identity. And it seems like a great quirk in general. Time to mess with his image even more. Staring down at his reflection in the mirror, Izuku felt both oddly satisfied and slightly creeped out by his new form. In the end, he made his second identity have a dragon mutation because it looked nice and had the perfect aesthetic for a vigilante. Red and black scales covered his arms and some parts of his chest and back as well, making it seem like he has black and crimson messy stripes. He kept his face looking mostly human, as he didn't want to change what he already made too much. Besides, having a face of a lizard felt weird, and he got only a few tiny clusters of scales on his cheeks in a similar way to freckles on his natural body. Of course, in different places, he wouldn't want anyone to notice, no matter how small the probability of it happening was. His teeth were really sharp now, with two longer fangs sticking out when he smiled, and his eyes were fully black, with only tiny crimson snake-like irises staring at the mirror with a flaming stare. 4 spiky and slightly curved black horns were also sticking out from his messy black hair, although not long enough to annoy him and not let him wear a hood over his head when needed. His hands were almost fully covered in scales and they had strong black claws, along with his fingers alone being almost fully covered in black scales which slowly faded to crimson the further up his arm they went. His legs also changed into more animal-like, making it feel weird to walk with a second set of knees. Sure, they weren't actually knees, but they felt like it, and at the very least it made him taller. Another good difference between the forms, skin on his legs was not even visible anymore under the layer of messy black and red scales, and his feet started looking more like a second set of hands than actual feet. Makes him wonder if he could hold things with his feet now. That is one thing he absolutely must check soon. Behind him, a long black tail with red stripes dragged on the floor, which could probably help him in running faster on all fours. Considering how his new body was built and the fact his spine seemed to have shifted as well by getting more vertebrae and possibly changing their shape as well, it seemed like running on all fours would be faster and in general way more comfortable. Like an animal, huh? But all in all, he looked quite terrifying. Perfect for a vigilante, semi-villain identity. Izuku, though, felt really weird about having his new body be the literal opposite of his normal sunshine self. Yeah, it's good that no one will be able to say that they are the same person, but it still felt funny to know how easily he could just become someone new. He tried to take a step away from the mirror, but because of his new weird leg structure and the fact he has a tail now only made him trip and fall, hitting the wall with a loud thud. Which made him quickly shift back with a pained hiss because he would rather not have to explain that to his mother in case she came in to check up on him and make sure he did not get hurt. And also his voice was different as well, so that's another good reason to quickly change. Inko, of course, ran towards the bathroom right away to check if he's alright, thankfully asking him that instead of bursting into the room. After all, he still had no shirt and no pants on, because they would only annoy him while creating his new body. So that would be awkward. Yeah, it's his mom, but he's still allowed to feel awkward, right? I'm fine. Don't worry, I just tripped while getting into the shower. I'm alright, Izuku said while making sure that the door is, in fact, still locked. After some reassuring, his mother thankfully left him alone, which he appreciated as he went back to fixing some small things he didn't like about his other form. Which he did after turning on the water in the shower. As much as he felt bad for wasting water, this is the excuse he came up with, so he has to deal with that. At the very least, he used cold water. After making sure that no one will bother him anymore, he shifted again, shivering at the weird feeling of cold metal-like scales suddenly appearing on his skin. Izuku slid his hand over his scaly skin, feeling the slightly sharp edges of some of the scales, hoping that it won't actually dig into his skin the moment he moves wrongly. His fingers felt weird as well, as he could still feel things under his fingertips, but at the same time his fingers had a lot of extremely tiny scales over them as well. It should feel uncomfortable, right? Why doesn't it? Remembering what happened last time he tried to move, he decided not to move his legs just yet. Instead, he moved his tail back and forth, making it slide on the floor, which felt really weird. Feeling through scales was much different than feeling through skin, but not worse in any way. Although, Every small dust and dirt particle that was left on the floor ended up between his scales, making it uncomfortable pretty quickly, and considering that their bathroom floor is extremely clean and the dirt is really minimal made it clear he needs to change it. If this is how a clean floor felt like, he doesn't want to drag his tail behind him on the outside. Just thinking about walking with it on the beach in itself has made him feel extremely uncomfortable and itchy. He got rid of all the scales for a few seconds as he slowly sat down on the cold floor, sticking his tail into the constantly running water. Then he made the layer of scales slightly denser and less sensitive. Afterwards, he slided the tail over the floor once again, and this time it wasn't as irritating as before, so he counted it as a success. He made the scales less sensitive because they are meant to protect him and not feel worse than skin alone. Scratching a few of the scales with his long claws allowed him to regulate their sensitivity how he wanted to, and in the end he kept them sensitive to touch only on his fingertips, and in general the whole hand was semi-normal. The rest of the scales turned into armor more than a body part, because after all, he wants to be able to fight in this form. Then, there was the problem of how he looks like. Sure, it's nice, but random splotches of red and black aren't as cool as they could be. He has stripes on his tail and back, right? Why not make it so that he has stripes in other places like legs and face as well? This is how he ended up making most of the scales black with a slight dark blue tint, and he gave himself crimson stripes like a reverse tiger. The scales under his eyes were all black as well, with a red line under the eye going through the whole cheek. He put it on both sides, of course. He looked really fancy, and loved how different and mysterious it seemed. Although it did creep him out that there was a completely different person staring at him from the other side of the mirror. He likes his original look more, but some things need to be done, and changing his form fully is one of those things that no matter how uncomfortable, he needs to do. If he wants to help people, well, illegally, then he can't use his own face or else he would deal with some consequences of his actions. Which he doesn't want. In the end, Izuku spent around half an hour in the bathroom, and he actually did take a quick 5-minute shower right before leaving so his mom won't question him if she saw him completely dry after such a long shower. As much as he would love to spend more time in his second form and try to get better at moving, he can't really spend too much time in the bathroom. So checking out what his lizard form can do will need to wait. He jumped onto his bed right after he went back into his room and didn't even bother to put on some clothes himself as he just used his god powers to make them appear. It took less energy and was way faster. Besides, changing clothes using his mind is one of those things he likes a whole lot now, because he can wear even something he didn't even own just a second ago. Then, he decided to pick up his phone to text Shinso about his random thoughts like a proper friend would. Burnt chicken, how hard learning how to use a second set of knees could be. Insomniac, very. Burnt chicken, you didn't ask why I asked that. Insomniac, if you turn into a pigeon or something, that's your problem. Burnt chicken, that's rude, and they don't have a second set of knees. Insomniac, but they are backwards. Burnt chicken, would it be hard to move? Insomniac, do I look like a pigeon enthusiast? Burnt chicken, you are enthusiastic ABT hanging out with me. Insomniac, no. Insomniac, besides you are a broken chicken, not a pigeon. Insomniac, pigeons at least fly. Burnt chicken, stop insulting me, I will be able to fly soon, sad face. Insomniac, I want to see that, currently even penguins fly better than you. Burnt chicken, first of all I'm hurt. Burnt chicken, second. Burnt chicken, what noise do pigeons make? Burnt chicken, never mind. Burnt chicken, coo. After waiting for 5 minutes, it was clear that Shinso decided to not respond to that, and, in all honesty, fair. I would also not respond to that, he thought. Another 5 minutes passed before Izuku got restless again, feeling like he shouldn't be wasting time doing nothing. It was still pretty early in the evening, so he decided to go out and fly again. Although this time he decided to do it in the city. Sure, it could get him in trouble for illegal quirk usage if he got caught, but he is not satisfied with his beach training anymore. In the city, he can climb pretty high up and then just try to soar instead of straight up jumping in one place, watching out for any dirty needle or other rusty objects that could possibly stick out of the sand and injure him during training. And sure, he can heal himself right away, but that doesn't change the fact that it still hurts. So, he put on something good to go out in, already deciding that this is definitely how he wants to spend this evening. He picked his usual red shoes and a comfy purple hoodie that he got himself as a reminder about the boy who is his first and only friend. And also thanks to the fact that he literally had almost no hoodies without anything related to All Might on them for most of his life. So after getting a bunch of new ones, he decided on colors which remind him of important things, like his first friend in years. Of course he did not tell that to Shinso because it would be weird as they have known each other for about a week and he doesn't want to be a weirdo. Even if it's only the color, nothing more. Then he walked out of his room and made his way towards the door, quickly mentioning it to his mom that he will go out for a walk as he made his way outside. It was still quite warm outside, which made the hoodie somewhat useless, but if he planned to stay out for longer he knew it will get colder soon. Izuku made his way to the alley he usually used to teleport as he picked some random place further into the big city. The only thing he cared about was the fact that he needed some skyscrapers to really see what his wings can do. And sure, it might sound like an awfully stupid idea to just jump off a building and hope he can fly. He still has wings and in theory is immortal. A few broken bones for the sake of science can't hurt, right? This is how he ended up laying on top of some random building, panting, with his wings sticking out in every direction as he cursed out his stupid idea 10 minutes later. He tried to jump from a much higher skyscraper but ended up possibly looking like a dying chicken strangled in a net, probably missing quite a few feathers in the process. He barely managed to land on this smaller building in panic as his confidence in this learning method disappeared quickly, leaving him disappointed. How can birds just jump off some high tree branch and actually fly? Are they crazy? Everything would be much easier if it just worked, but of course it didn't. So now he probably looked pretty stupid. Izuku could only hope that most people were in their homes by now, or weren't staring at the sky at this very moment. At the very least it was high enough that no one could possibly figure out it's him, and some could even think that it was just an oversized bird? Maybe? All in all, he hoped that no one was there to witness his mess of a flight so he could just forget about it. You know, this doesn't really seem like the best way to use wings. Oh, for F's sake. Did you watch my fall? Izuku said, looking up at the person who now stood in front of him. And it was the number 3 hero, Hawks. As if the world didn't hate him enough. Probably the worst person to watch you fail so badly at using wings. A very not helpful part of his brain spoke up, slightly helping him calm down the fanboying part of his brain. Or at least be able to ignore it for long enough to repair his destroyed image. Somewhat. Then, in all due respect, but who taught you that? The hero, who seemed to be off duty currently, said cheerfully, sitting down at the edge of the building. The problem is? And no one did? He cringed at his choice of words, but quite frankly he didn't have the energy to both stop himself from both fanboying over talking to a pro hero and also make his sentences sound good. One or the other, take it or leave it. Did ya ever get a chance to fly? Hawks seemed curious about that, looking at Izuku's wings and seemingly lost in thought. And no, not really. A little bit, maybe? Just a little? Besides, aren't you the pro hero, Hawks? I'm a fan dash. Hawks blinked a few times before chuckling. And well, I saw potential in your glorious chicken fall. I could maybe give you a few tips, bird-to-bird secrets. Besides, I don't want you jumping off any more skyscrapers before you learn how to keep yourself in air properly. Surprised Izuku. A whole lot. Well, not the don't jump off skyscrapers part, that was quite obvious, but the part about getting some tips on how to fly. Which made him instantly sit up and straighten out his wings behind him. But I wasn't even able to keep myself in the air for longer than a minute dash. Well, that's why you need some tips, don't you? The hero clasped his hands together. Now, do you at least know what your quirk can do, past, flying? It was enough to pull Izuku out of shock that was caused by the pro hero's words. Just ask him about quirks and he will always start rambling, huh? Oh, I think speed-based wings? The shape fits the description, and my quirk is actually quite similar to yours. I mean, yeah, the feathers work differently, as mine can just be set on fire instead of hearing things around me, and having sensitive feathers if they are being set on fire all the time would probably feel awful, but it's still a great thing anyway. Both of the quirks are amazing, Mine is just less good for rescue and more for quickly getting rid of the villains? Because fire isn't the best for rescue operations, and the fact they can also explode isn't too good for helping anyone either, and I'm not saying that feathers alone aren't good for rescue and that yours aren't good for fighting. That's not what I mean at all, it's just that I think they are better suited for a dash. He suddenly cut off his rambling after he realized how long he's been going on for. Although, the hero still seemed interested in what he had to say instead of telling him to shut up like most people would, which at the very least made him slightly less self-conscious about his mumbling. Keyword, slightly. So, your wings are like mine but on fire? Pretty much? I mean, I think so, but I don't really have much practice. If at all. Izuku looked away while Hawks picked up a black feather, one of a bunch that Izuku lost during his broken chicken fall. That should make things easier. First of all, move both wings at once instead of prioritizing only one wing over the other. Come on, get up and try. Izuku instantly stood up, ignoring the itching feeling of a few feathers sticking out wrongly. Now, you ain't swimming, so both wings need to be like a mirror image of each other's movement. You won't get anywhere randomly moving them. Look. Around an hour later, Izuku had not only a much better idea on how wings work, he also got the phone number of a number 3 hero. And the hero wanted to help him learn how to fly properly. Sure, Hawks probably wants to teach him how to fly only to make sure that he doesn't jump off any more skyscrapers unprepared and won't break some bones during the fall, but shush. Let him be happy. Their first meeting lasted only an hour and he already learned more than he did in the past week all on his own. Late hours sadly cut their training short, and also Hawks still had things to do, so there wasn't much time to talk. From their short encounter, though, Izuku can still say that the hero is a very nice person to hang out with, which made him instantly jump to first place on his favorite heroes list. Now that he doesn't like All Might anymore, he needed a new favorite, right? Besides, their quirks are so similar his mom probably wouldn't be too concerned if he started getting merchandise of the winged hero. And now, he had planned another meeting with Hawks soon, but thankfully this time in a better place to fly without the fear of tripping and falling off a building. For now, he can either go back home or go to the beach and try to apply the tips he got on his own during a secret training session. Which he doesn't want to waste time, so beach it is. Last beams of sunlight shined off the metal objects in the sand and made everything look gold as Izuku walked between the piles of garbage towards his usual training spot. This time he walked more, because as much as teleporting is useful, he can't rely on it alone. There's still a chance he will one day mess up and end up without the powers again, so he doesn't want to be too reliant on teleportation. One last time he checked his phone before starting his usual training, only to see a message from Shinso. Insomniac, a pigeon sheet on my window. Insomniac, was that you? He should probably be offended, but at the very least it was funny, so he can forgive him this one time. Burnt Chicken changed their nickname to Burnt Pigeon. Burnt Pigeon, smiley face. Insomniac, you wrote your name starting with small letters. I see no respect for our beautiful language. Disgusting. Burnt Pigeon, I should be the one saying that, not you. Insomniac, are you implying that I can't care abtur grammar? Burnt Pigeon, no you can't. Insomniac, fine. But are you like a Pokemon? Burnt Pigeon, why would I be a Pokemon? Insomniac, no, your wings are on fire often and sheet. Burnt Pigeon, aren't Pokemons be basically ancient already? Insomniac changed Burnt Pigeon's name to Pidgey. Pidgey rude. Pidgey changed their name to Pidgey. Pidgey better. Insomniac, is this you coming out through text? Pidgey maybe. Insomniac, cool. Izuku waited for a continuation for a few minutes before getting impatient, slightly worried about this whole situation. That's awkward. He didn't even know that being awkward was possible through text. Pidgey, do you have anything against it? Insomniac, nope, we good. Pidgey, cool. Insomniac, cool. Pidgey, I will go back to training then. Pidgey also. Pidgey changed their name to Burnt Pigeon. Insomniac, what the hell are you training at night? Burnt Pigeon, I can't waste time if I want to learn how to use my quirk before the UA entrance exams. Burnt Pigeon, sure, there are still 10 months left, but most people had their quirks their whole life and I just barely got mine a week or so ago. I can't slack off. Insomniac, mood. Insomniac, I should probably train too, but I doubt my dad will let me train at night. Burnt Pigeon, do you want to train together one day? Insomniac, maybe it guy would need to ask my dad. Burnt Pigeon, well, will you ask him? Insomniac, too lazy now. Insomniac, besides it's late. Burnt Pigeon, K, I will go back to my chicken flights. Insomniac, wait, are you on the beach? Give me a second, I'ma sneak out. Burnt Pigeon, why would you come if you don't want to train? Burnt Pigeon, besides it's late. Insomniac, seeing you struggle is fun. Burnt Pigeon, sad face. Insomniac, and I'm bored. Insomniac, also, did you just copy my excuse? Burnt Pigeon, you don't own words. Insomniac, shut. Insomniac, also, sun isn't down yet, so I have some time left. Burnt Pigeon, the sun will disappear in literally 5 minutes. Insomniac, 5 minutes is enough. Waiting for his friend to appear, Izuku created himself a few different juice boxes and a bag of gummy bears, because he knew he won't be able to do it while Shinso is near. After all, the purple-haired Insomniac doesn't know about his god powers just yet, and he doesn't want to have to explain creating things out of thin air while his quirk is wings, not creation. Sipping some apple juice, he stared at the now dark sky before creating some battery-powered tree lights. He just randomly threw at some trash and turned on so his friend could see something instead of sitting in the dark. Izuku gave himself night vision some time ago already, to be able to train at night without the need to light up the beach, but he can't give Shinso night vision as well, which is why the lights are enough. Just as he started dragging some old piece of furniture out of the trash pile, he heard someone's footsteps on sand. Looking up, he noticed Shinso walking towards him, looking as tired as ever. Your eye bags have eye bags, why aren't you sleeping? Shinso gave him a look that basically screamed, I know, beach, as he stopped walking right in front of the green-haired boy. Insomnia is a beach. Isn't that your nickname? Are you saying that you're a ? No. Once again, you don't seem to grasp the concept of grammar and forget how words work. Try again later. He spoke with a slightly sarcastic tone as he stared at the few juice boxes sticking out of Izuku's hoodie pockets before snatching the one that seemed to be ready to fall out. Hey, it's mine, Izuku said, but there was no real anger behind it. Not anymore, Shinso replied as he put the straw in the box and started sipping. Blueberry juice? Disgusting. Then stop drinking. Shinso didn't reply anymore as he went to stare at the tree lights glowing strongly on the pile of trash. Fancy, huh? It's aesthetic. That it's literally on trash. Izuku huffed as he walked over to the middle of the clean sand as he made his wings appear once again, stretching them out as he went over the list of tips he got from hawks. His wings moved slightly in the wind as he kept them stretched out, focusing on keeping them in the same position against the wind. In the background, he could hear Shinso sipping on the juice box pretty loudly, probably just to be a lil sheet. At the very least, he didn't comment. So, when will you make a fool of yourself? I don't have the whole night. Yet. Izuku glared at his friend who seemed to have a smug smile behind the juice box. That one juice box that he was also holding way too high for it to be comfortable. Ignoring Shinso completely, the green-haired teen slowly moved his wings back and forth to warm up a little, instead of throwing himself into the air like he usually did before. Then, his wings started beating faster and stronger, moving the sand away. Another juice box started slipping out of Izuku's hoodie pocket, so he quickly caught it and threw it along with the bag of gummy bears to Shinso, who got slightly caught off guard by the sudden attack, and dropped them, almost immediately earning a chuckle from Izuku. Although pretty soon the sides had turned once again and it was Shinso who snorted the moment Izuku lost balance mid-flight and ended up eating some sand, which he answered with a glare. Izuku then continued his training, although he tried to use his wings slightly differently every time he jumped up. His balance was slowly getting better, so at the very least he knows there's still hope for him. Around an hour into his training, he looked back at Shinso who was sitting on some old chair and scrolling something on his phone, visibly tired. He had stopped making stupid comments around 10 minutes ago, now focused more on his phone and staying awake than on talking. Which is why the green-haired boy decided to walk up to him, concerned. It's almost 1 a.m., you should really go back home now, why are you even there? Shinso looked up from his phone and sighed, which turned into a yawn that he tried to hide. I already told you I have insomnia and it's funny to watch you struggle while trying to fly. It's not like you're even paying attention. Come on, you should go home. Besides, can't you use some sleeping pills or something? Staying awake for the whole night won't do you any good. Shinso blinked a few times as he rubbed the back of his neck. Well, what if I'm recording your failures for future blackmail material? He smirked, making Izuku pout. No, I know you're not. Also, you've been sneaking out constantly lately, so what is it? Are you mad at your parents or something? And there it is. Shinso's expression became more guarded and he definitely looked like he didn't want to talk about that. Which made Izuku slightly worried, but from his friend's descriptions of his parents they seem like actually good people, so maybe they just had a slight misunderstanding. Possibly. His funny god powers emotion sensors told him that he feels guilty for something, which could mean that he might be at fault as well. But that is the most that Izuku could currently read. Listen, I won't make you talk about it because I know we haven't been friends for too long, but if you're ready to go hang out at night with a person you knew only for a week as long as you don't need to stay at home, then I think you should talk it through with your parents. You're worrying me, you know? Shinso stared at him for a minute before looking back at his phone and responding with a quick, fine, as he let Izuku drag him out of the beach. Street lights were already turned on, so at the very least they don't need to rely on flashlights. So, I don't really know where you live, so, lead the way I guess? Unless you don't want me to go with you, but you're clearly tired and I would rather not have you pass out and get hurt, so Alright, fine, it's fine. Somewhere in the middle of the walk Shinso's phone started ringing, and he picked it up, frowning slightly. It's my dad. I must have left the door to my room open by accident. Why is he awake at this hour? He goes out on patrols at night, was the only thing the purple-haired teen said before answering the phone. Izuku watched Shinso quickly exclaim that he's already going home with a pretty deadpan expression. The insomniac let the person on the other side of the phone talk for a while, answering some questions with very short answers before saying a quick goodbye and hanging up. Is everything alright? Yup, let's go. They walked in silence afterwards, listening to the sounds of the city. Izuku got nervous about the call, even if he was not a part of the conversation, and already got scared that he is the reason his friend may get in trouble. Besides, he knows that his friend probably hasn't slept for longer than 2 or 3 hours in the past few days, considering how often they talk both at night and during the day. The moment Shinso stopped in front of some apartment building, possibly where he lives, Izuku could feel himself as if he's being watched. So he looked over at Shinso and decided that this is the moment where he should be going his own way again. So, see you later? Hopefully we can hang out soon, Izuku said, looking around to see if there's anyone around him or is it just his paranoia. Sure, the purple-haired teen replied before making his way towards his house, giving one last glance at his friend before disappearing on the other side of the door. Izuku decided not to stand around too long afterwards, hurrying back towards the beach. After all, the night just started, he won't waste time anymore. After all, he doesn't need to sleep. He figured out he can just give himself energy every time and not waste many hours every night anymore. Thankfully, the feeling of being watched did not follow him to the beach, so he visibly relaxed as he walked. Feeling the cold wind biting at his skin, he took a deep breath and entered his usual training spot, spreading out his wings before thinking it through. He could keep trying to fly, but let's be honest he won't be able to do much for now, and now Hawks wants to help him, so definitely just a few meetings with the hero could help him more than even many days of learning on his own. Yet, what is something that he cannot learn with help from a hero? How to be a lizard. So, he decided to change into his Akatani identity, of course after making sure that no one is watching him first and there are absolutely no cameras that could destroy his secret. Sitting down on the ground, he let his legs switch, getting rid of half of his pants as well because they weren't too fitting for his completely new bone structure. Growing scales definitely felt different than taking out his wings, but maybe it's because his second identity's quirk is a mutation and is not meant to be switched so freely. Moving his tail to both sides, leaving a mark on the sand, he took a deep breath and counted to 3 before trying to get up. And of course, failed right away as his wobbly legs just gave out under him. His diet changed so much last week, because he's eating so much sand. But, burnt pigeon, did you know that my diet consists of a lot of dirt lately? He did not wait for an that's all it took was a few hours for Izuku to get overly frustrated with his lack of ability to move and call quits on training. He probably looked like a dying fish as he tried to move with his extremely weird spine structure. He has different length of his body, different hands, weird lizard eyes, completely changed legs, a goddamn tail and more vertebrae making his spine funky. And apparently having more vertebrae makes it so that his body feels so weird and unnatural that it's hard to even sit up. He doubted that he could ever get anywhere like this, and it was just so uncomfortable to squirm in the sand like some kind of worm for a few hours, worrying that someone will find him and see him struggling. It would be so embarrassing. In the end, he got so frustrated that he started thinking about picking a completely different quirk for his second form, aesthetic bidmed. But then, a bright idea came over him. He literally has the powers of a god, doesn't he? What if he used it to skip the training? So, Izuku focused on the warm feeling in his chest once again and thought about wanting to know how to fully move this new body even without any training. A weird, itchy feeling moved through his entire body as the powers worked on him, but thankfully it disappeared pretty quickly. Then he slowly got up, surprised at how easy this was. That was easy. Then he realized something. He literally could have done that to his wings and wouldn't have wasted so much time on useless training, but then again, now he can't do that. Hawks wanted to help him train, and if he knew how to fly and all of a sudden be able to use his quirk perfectly, then he would waste such a good opportunity to talk to the number 3 hero, hell, even train with him. Besides, Shinso would get suspicious, and his mom would also get suspicious. There are so many reasons why he can't. Why couldn't he just think about it earlier? It would have been much easier to explain as quickly picking up on things if he was better at it from the start. He groaned as he realized what that meant. It meant that even if he can make himself just be able to use his wings with full control, he can't if he doesn't want people to ask questions. And they would ask a lot of questions, which leaves him frustrated at himself. So the best he can do is just make sure the process of learning is much faster and make picking up certain things easier. But that is the most he can do now, because he was stupid earlier and didn't think about this option. Stupid idiot. Izuku slided his tail over the sand, feeling every little rock and object in its way scratching his scales. The soft sand, minus the random objects stuck in it, felt really nice on his scales and he was pretty satisfied with his new form. Snapping his fingers, he used his god powers to change his outfit completely, giving himself a black mask with neon yellow wolf teeth painted over it, black pants that actually fit his legs properly, red shirt, and a black jacket with a hood. His boots also disappeared and were replaced only with something similar to fingerless gloves just for feet? Yeah, he could just call it socks, but the material was much different than one of actual socks. After all, who wears leather socks? His feet had now more hand-like structure anyway, so he can call it fingerless gloves for feet, and he needed the claws. And whoever is against it can fight him. Besides, it's not like he really needs boots anymore, thanks to the scales, so it's perfect. Now that he looked completely different, he made his way out of the beach, enjoying the cold wind hitting his scales. Temperature felt much different against them, and no matter what kind, it always seemed nice. As much as normal lizards would love sun more, he based himself on some dark nighttime dragon, so cold was not affecting him too much. Even if he probably loves the sun just as much, he just didn't have the chance to lay in it yet. His night vision made the world look weird, but not bad, per se. It was different from the night vision he had for his normal form, so this is why the world was weird. He got sick of walking after barely a few minutes of doing it, filled with energy and excitement. He has too much energy to be so slow. So he started running much faster than he ever could in his normal body, making him weirdly giddy as he ran through the city. Then he quickly gave himself the ability to climb and parkour, because now he doesn't want to be stupid anymore, and slowed down to find a proper building to climb. Finding one that seemed perfect for some late-night parkour, he made sure the hood was firm on his head as he ran towards it, jumping on the wall, and with instincts he did not have just 10 minutes ago, he quickly went up the wall, using claws on both his legs and arms to go up. After that, he crouched on the rooftop, breathing heavily and extremely excited. Felt so freeing. So amazing. He just found out how cool it is, and now he craves the feeling so much, and he barely took a minute break. So, he kept running over the rooftops, climbing up walls, jumping, and somewhere in the middle he started running on all fours, which made him even faster and more agile in his jumps, and he loved every second of it. He let his mask glow slightly, and making his eyes glow slightly as well, he felt like a cryptid. And it was amazing. Why didn't he think of doing that sooner? His euphoria got cut short, however, the moment he found himself wrapped in a weird gray scarf right after climbing onto another building. Struggling to free himself, he looked around, finding a tired-looking man staring at him. Then he decided to channel his inner Kakin and think, what would he do in this situation, before responding. The hell is that for? The man just sighed, walking closer to him. First of all, quirk usage in public is illegal. Second, you're trespassing. Third, you left claw marks over so many walls I could legally charge you for vandalism. And fourth, you're being oddly suspicious with you running around at night with a mask on. I cannot ignore that. But mutation quirks can't be turned off, so there's no illegal quirk usage. Even if he can actually do that, but he won't mention that part. And I can't do much wrong by just running around. How old are you, kid? You shouldn't be out at this hour. Welp, this is how his life ends, huh? He feels like a criminal before he has even done anything. But he kept silent for some time as he tried to calm himself down without showing that, constantly repeating in his head, be like Kakin, be like Kakin, be like Kakin. Because who else if not him? He's a perfect role model for a vigilante. Bullshit. Well, that is something Kakin would say, right? You should focus on catching criminals, not some random teens who just want to take a quick run. Whoops, that didn't make the hobo-looking hero any less suspicious. Even better, it seemed to make him even more suspicious. Yay! He's so good at it, isn't he? Do your parents know you're out at this hour? It's time to bullshit something about his parents, then? He also decided that it's a perfect time to use his god powers to quickly add himself to the systems in case he actually did get brought into the police station. He didn't have enough time to figure out anything about his fake parents, so he just ignored that part, listing them as dead or whatever. If he gets the chance, he can change that later, right? Oh, right, he has to respond. Yeah, I guess? Damn, he's being even more suspicious even if what he did in reality was nothing more than just a quick run. He has such bad luck, doesn't he? The hero just sighed, crouching down so he was on the same eye level as Izuku, who was still sitting down. I will need to call your parents. Fine, but can you let me go? I ain't a criminal, so why am I even tied up? What the hell? The hero stared at him for a few seconds, frowning slightly. In the meantime, Izuku did his best to make the scarf a little bit more loose with his tail as he quickly gave himself higher speed and agility, so he could possibly get away and disappear. Aren't you in the middle of getting rid of that problem yourself? Oh, if dash. So he noticed. Welp, no running away then, DMN. Well, I can't breathe, so I should be allowed to. The hero didn't comment on that as he got up. I'm taking you to the police station. What? Why, I didn't do anything wrong. Trespassing, being out at this hour as a minor without parental agreement, illegal quirk usage, wearing a mask and hiding your identity away from a hero, minor case of vandalism, and not to mention being suspicious while being questioned. I have a bunch of reasons to suspect you. Suspect me of what? Being a criminal? That's dumb. You got yourself in this situation, kid. In the end, Izuku doesn't really want to end up on the list of criminals before he even does his first crime, and escaping from a hero could only get him in trouble much sooner than he would want to. So he let the hero drag him to the police station, frustrated. It's not like they will even find any parents to call about it. The best they can do is call some random orphanage that, from his files, he is supposed to be in. During the walk, he managed to perfect his second identity's life story a little bit more, and with his ability to see into entire lives of random people, he picked a perfectly shitty orphanage that could be a perfect cover story for him. After all, he saw that they don't really care about the children they keep in there, and all he had to do was slightly alter some people's memories to think they saw him once or twice, and boom. His cover is basically perfect, and the police can't do shit to him anymore. No one will know about his real identity as he analyzed every small detail to make it believable. Thankfully, the angels agreed to slight memory alteration, but sadly only slight, small changes that wouldn't in the end do much to the person's personality and stuff. It's good having an angel at all times ready to answer him, very helpful. So, he took off his mask and stared angrily at everyone around him, doing the best impression of Kaken's angry stare he could. Because yes, Bakugo will for sure be his role model now. Not because he is actually good, but because of how overconfident and angry he usually is. The hero left right after they called the shitty orphanage to pick him up, but it's not like he will even stay in there for longer than a few minutes max. It will take him just a minute of alone time to figure out how to teleport away without it being suspicious, and boom, he's gone, never to be seen again. Back to his original family and original life, with no problems. Also during this time he couldn't stop screaming on the inside as he tried to push his original personality down before it made him break down crying at the police station. Well, it's a very shitty start to his second life, isn't it? Getting in trouble for acting like a criminal before he even becomes one. Sure, they technically had reasons to do that, he was acting suspicious as F-, but that doesn't make it any less fun. How dare they threaten him to charge him with trespassing, mild case of vandalism, illegal quirk usage, going out at night without parental permission and being suspicious if he didn't do any of those. Well, yeah, he was suspicious, and he did enter places he shouldn't, and he did leave claw marks on a lot of buildings, but that doesn't count. He also felt slightly bad for the social worker that got called at 5 a.m. to deal with a troubled teen that is supposed to be in their care but technically isn't, who will run away anyway. But hey, they are a shitty person anyway, because he looked into the med place's history, and he's planning to do his best to close this orphanage soon anyway. No one should stay in there. Yeah, it's perfect for a cover story because of how much they don't care because of quirks of children in their care being usually pretty bad, but in all honesty, poor kids. He must put a stop to this bad quirk excuse bullshit right away. So, this is basically how he somehow ended up in a shitty orphanage, being glared at from some shitty social worker. Fun. Just as predicted, it took him all 5 minutes to get away and teleport back home, leaving the stupid nightly mistake behind him. 5 minutes. This is how much they don't care, huh? No wonder a few people went missing from there and no one did anything about it. Yup, he's already planning on closing it right away. So, already in his room, Izuku switched forms again, of course being greeted by the itching of his wings the moment his body changed. He also changed his clothes again, letting his wings out right away. He stretched them out and fixed some feathers while walking out of the room, going downstairs to get himself a glass of water and to make sure his mom didn't wait for him to come home this entire time. Thankfully she seemed to have gone to bed already, so that's good. Taking a glass of water, he slowly returned to his room. Sitting down on the bed, he took out the laptop that he somehow made by using his god powers and decided that he probably has to start doing more things by hand. For now, it's been around a week and he's already using them way too much, and what if someone gets suspicious about the fact he knows everything? So, the perfect way to know things while not knowing too much is hacking. Of course, he could then explain knowing literally anything by hacking. Cameras, files on people's computers, information from the deepest parts of the internet, all of it could be a perfect cover for his knowledge. Turning on the black and green gaming laptop, he got worried for a second as he couldn't help but think how to explain getting such an expensive thing to his mom. Then, he thought about how he sold all his All Might merchandise and got a lot of money out of it. Was it enough to use it as an excuse? He did have some rare things in his collection. The computer was turned off for the whole week because he forgot about it, and yeah, forgetting about an overly expensive, untraceable self-made gaming laptop with a custom-made system sounds weird, but who can blame him? A lot has happened in the past week. As the screen loaded, he noticed how weird the system was. Yeah, he wanted something new and untraceable and to make sure no one would be able to hack into his computer without knowing this code, and this code has been made only a week ago. So he can say that it's pretty safe to use, although looking weird. He even got a special program to convert games and other programs into code that would work on this mess of a computer, which shouldn't be able to really work as most games have their code way too complicated to have a program just change it and have it work. But then again, he literally made an orb that is defying a lot of laws of nature without being affected by any quirk nor object, So getting a program that works only using its willpower alone isn't really that hard to believe anymore. Izuku turned on a bunch of different programs, checking how well they work before letting his god powers teach him how to hack in a minute. Strong headaches suddenly hit him as his mind got overloaded with information, and it took him a few minutes before he was able to fix it and go back to working on things. After he managed to do something about the pain, he started working on hacking into a bunch of cameras to check out how well it works. And it did work pretty well, not gonna lie. Multiple camera views appeared on the screen as he checked over different areas of the city, making all criminals he also saw on the cameras slip and fall because they deserve it, and really, he feels guilty for not being able to do much past sending swarms of mosquitoes or a few rats to bite them. A few hours of terrorizing criminals with mosquitoes and spiders later, Izuku stretched and went downstairs, ready to get going in the day. He missed sleeping because it was very nice to lay down and enjoy a few hours of dreaming, but he still didn't want to waste too much time. If he's a lizard in his other form, then laying out in the sun should be a nice thing to do, right? Yeah, he has a lot of work to do, but he can also learn everything right away. There's literally no reason not to go and not to enjoy his life at least a little. Which is why 3 hours later he already made his way out of the house, running towards some alley with no cameras, ready to disappear and take a long nap on the beach and soak up the sun. He has no idea if it's actually as nice as people say it is, but even cold felt extremely nice, so sun must be better and he's ready to try it, because it's not like anyone goes to this beach anyway. Teleporting back to the beach, he quickly changed into his Akatani form once again. It was a very sunny day, warm and with almost no clouds, with only a few small ones flying lazily in the very blue sky. The temperature was perfect to see if being a lizard affects his brain. And it does affect him very much. The moment his body got covered in scales, he stretched out, crawling onto some cleaner sand in the circle he cleaned back when this mess started. Yawning, he suddenly felt sleepier than he ever did during the whole week. As much as cold against his scales was very enjoyable, it also made him feel very alert and active. Warmth also felt nice, but it was the literal opposite of the crisp midnight wind. It made him feel lazy and sleepy, wanting to just lay down for hours. His eyes stung slightly from the sun, but the warmth of it was worth it as he curled up on the soft sand, letting his eyes finally close. And it was the best thing ever. He almost forgot to set up an alarm to actually wake up after an hour, all thanks to his lizard instincts wanting him to just soak up the sun and forget about the world for a week at least. But thankfully he has his god powers, so he could do that without even moving. Then he let the darkness finally take him into the land of dreams, as for the first time in so long he fell asleep, ignoring the fact that he's literally laying on a trash-filled filthy beach. At least the spot where he was laying was clean, right? The loud beeping of an annoying alarm woke Izuku up from his well-deserved nap, leaving him slightly frustrated at his past self for that. He sat up, yawned and stretched, looking around slightly confused. The beach was still there, he was still covered from people's eyes by walls of trash, and he's, of course, still alive. Thankfully. And if his phone is beeping, then probably no one stole anything from him either. It was still pretty early, around 11 in the morning, and it was the weekend, so technically he could take another nap, but it would be a waste of time. So, as much as he felt great sadness at the thought of leaving the warm sand, he knew he can't stay there for too long. Besides, what if someone found him there? Izuku got up from the ground, shaking off the remaining sand that got stuck to him away. Then he quickly switched his clothes to what he was wearing the previous day as Akatani. He still felt weird about keeping a different identity, even if he is pretty comfortable with using his new body already. He hesitated a little about the mask. Last time he got in trouble for being suspicious when he had a mask on. Maybe he should give himself a reason to wear one? Yeah, he doesn't need to wear a mask, but it makes him feel more comfortable than if he had his face visible. He is still paranoid about what if someone recognizes him, and having a mask can stop this feeling or at least make him less anxious. There are also some people who have mutations and yet their quirk in itself is different and much more complicated past their physical appearance. Which means he could give himself a second quirk to use along with the mutation. So, what kind of quirk could fit for a dragon? After he teleported his notebook to himself, He went into his usual mumbling mode, searching for different quirks that could not only fit for a dragon, but could also be used as an excuse to wear a mask in case someone tells him he's suspicious again. And he can't just not wear it or else he would be paranoid the whole time. There were a few options he had to pick from, like venomous bite, spitting acid, breathing out gas that could paralyze someone, or just plain fire breathing. Which, in the end, he picked just plain smoke. Yeah, there are many better things he could pick, but he can't forget about what he's planning to do. Which is infiltrating a group of villains to help one person get some well-deserved therapy. Izuku doesn't want to hurt anyone, and having an overly useful quirk could make them want to send him out on missions, which he has to do his best to avoid. So he decided to stick with just breathing out smoke, which, technically it could be a problem if someone was in a small closed space, but it wouldn't really happen that often to worry about it. Besides, they would need to be in the closed space for quite some time before it starts being a serious issue, so in the end, it's not the most useful quirk. Yeah, there's also the mutation, but he doesn't fully count it right now. Basically, he decided that when stressed or angry his body would activate his quirk by itself, a perfect excuse to wear a mask. Thanks to that, he also edited the mask so it's filtrating most of the smoke that comes out unless he slides the filter off, and he created himself a copy of a license for a support item, already putting whatever he needs to in the government files just by snapping his fingers. Wow, being a literal god is so much fun. Now, he can look cool as hell while also having an excuse for being suspicious. And people can't really charge him fully for illegal quirk usage if it's uncontrollable, right? As long as he doesn't do it on purpose. His tail curled up similarly to Chameleon's tail, to not drag it on the ground as he's walking, as he made his way out of the beach, breathing out small amounts of smoke to get used to his new quirk's presence. Smoke tasted funny. Izuku walked towards the more populated area of the city, watching people around him running around, continuing with their busy lives. One day they will all die, and Izuku could change that, yet he can't at the same time. He wants to give everyone a chance at living their best life, but if everyone got a chance, what would even life mean anymore? Would people still have free will if no matter what they do they will survive until old age, and serial killers and villains all get captured no matter what they do? Thousands of people die every minute, and even more are born, and if everyone survived till old age, overpopulation would be a much worse problem. It makes him sad that he can't do anything about it, but if he did, the change would be too big, too noticeable, and the angels would be angry. Why can't he help them? He got pulled out of his thoughts by a boy with blonde hair poking him on the shoulder. You good man? Also you have a cool mask, but I also don't think you should be using your quirk in public. The teenager seemed unsure, but also meant well for him, so Izuku was slightly conflicted whenever he should go with his idea of act like Kakin or be nicer. In the end, the nicer side won, as he would feel awfully guilty for being rude to someone for no reason. But he still tried to make himself appear less friendly than he naturally is. I can't control my quirk, so this keeps the smoke coming out at bare minimum. He poked the mask, staring at the boy with what he hoped was a deadly glare. Yeah, he's not too good at this whole new personality thing just yet. And he can't exactly edit his mind to help, so he's stuck with learning through trial and error. Whoa dude, I didn't mean to offend ya. Oh, so the glare probably worked? I was just curious, you know? Izuku then realized he still has his hood on, and probably looks like a criminal again. So he slid off his hood and blinked a few times at the strong sun hitting his eyes. Can I get 5 minutes of peace without anyone assuming I'm a criminal? Wait, it's not what I meant. You look cool, don't worry about it. Man, mutation quirks like this must be hard to deal with, aren't they? By the way, I'm Kaminari and you? This is when Izuku's mind stopped working all of a sudden. Sure, it would be nice to have friends, but he doesn't want to have anyone know him in his Akatani form. It would give him so much trouble, and the mess is just not worth dealing with. But running away is also rude and not a thing that normal people do. It's also suspicious as hell. What to do? I'm not interested in making friends, now excuse me but I have to go. He said before quickly running off before the blonde teenager could say anything more. Guilt made him feel awful for doing that, but he can't just make friends in a form that is meant to be a criminal and be somewhat known for that fact. So he just left. Finding himself a nice alley and using it to climb up the wall and onto the roof, he finally let out a deep breath, causing a cloud of smoke to escape through the filters in his mask. Izuku sat down on the roof, thinking about his options now, and also thinking deeply about how terrible of a human person he is for running off like this. Also suspicious as hell. Now all he could think of is the song which had the sentence, "Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious," repeating constantly. And it made him snort, slightly lightening up his mood. Only slightly. After a few minutes of not doing anything, he got up and dusted himself off, walking towards the edge of the roof and staring at the streets below. He climbed so high so quickly, and it makes him sad that he can't fully use his god powers to learn how to fly in his true form right away. It must feel even better than this to fly high up, above the clouds. Izuku then decided to use other buildings to go down instead of sliding down using his claws, as someone could charge him with vandalism again or some other bullshit and he doesn't want it. While the thinklet Kakin really works. He's thinking about much more swear words than usually. His claws clinked against the surface of the roof as he jumped onto a smaller one, searching for a best way down. Running towards the edge, he jumped onto another building, making his way a little bit further into the city. Then he jumped at a wall of a nearby building, digging his claws into the hard material and cringing slightly at the sight of the holes. Which he should probably notice much sooner, but he never focused on it. Then he bounced off, landing on a balcony. After that, all it took was a few jumps onto the lower balconies and he was on the ground once again. Minimal damage. Nothing to worry about. Yet his body apparently doesn't think the same way he is, as smoke has been constantly coming out of his mask. And sure, those were only small streaks of it, quickly disappearing thanks to the wind. It still meant that he was nervous. And it annoyed him slightly. Forcing himself to calm down, he walked back towards the main streets, fully planning on looking for some cool villain fight to watch, hoping that no one will bother him about quirk usage anymore. Sure, it's a good excuse in theory, but in practice? He's constantly breathing smoke. Also, he hopes that the heroes and police officers he met during his nightly parkour won't remember anything about his quirk next time he sees them. It wasn't too long until he heard a crash in the distance, so he moved towards the area where it came from, curious. Just as expected, there were a few heroes on the scene, fighting a villain that was covered in spikes and made giant stone spikes burst through the ground and at the heroes. Which made Izuku think about adding some small spikes to his second form. They could just be small, and maybe he could have them work like his original form wings? Basically, he could make them stick out only whenever he wants them to, so his clothes wouldn't get destroyed constantly and he could lay down on his back without getting annoyed. They could maybe even have smoke coming out of the ends of them, wouldn't it be amazing? The fight ended way too quickly during the time he was lost in thought, leaving him slightly disappointed that he missed it thinking about his own quirk. He decided to sketch where his spikes would look the best the moment he came back home, but for now, he will go further into the city, to places where he hadn't been to yet. Which means the darker areas with much higher crime rates. Because, after all, he wants to be a vigilante, he has to know those areas. And just loading a map in his head doesn't sound nearly as fun as running around and seeing things there by himself. So he walked through the maze of alleys as he saw buildings slowly start looking worse the deeper into the criminal territory he walked. It made him wonder, why aren't there any heroes helping out there if there are such high crime rates? It makes no sense in theory, but honestly he can understand why it's not their main priority. Money is the problem here, isn't it? Even the atmosphere got darker as he walked. Izuku pulled his hood over his head once again to feel slightly better about being here, but it was just his paranoia making him want to avoid being spotted. Technically he knew that even if anyone saw his face no one would be able to connect him to his real identity, but his brain still screamed at him to hide from any unwanted stares. Demon paranoia. After some time he heard someone moving behind him, and his instincts screamed at him to move before the person even did anything. Which is a pretty good reason for him to snap his head back and stare at the person, taking a few careful steps away. It was some old homeless-looking guy whose arms were ending in 2 hands. And he had a knife in each, probably to threaten people. "You some new kid round there?" "A mistake, really," the man said as he attacked Izuku, who, of course, was slightly annoyed that he finds trouble literally everywhere he goes. the teen managed to dodge the knives as he went running, not fully wanting to deal with it right now. Yeah, he entered a worse part of town, but of course it's just his luck that some random criminal tried to steal his money or murder him or something right away. That makes him fully believe that it won't be too hard to find some crime when he goes out as a vigilante. For now, the police still remembers him, so he's just going to escape and just oh so conveniently watch the criminal trip and sprain his ankle. Izuku quickly climbed up onto the roof, leaving the criminal shouting at him and cursing him out while clutching his sprained ankle. Well, it's his fault for attacking a wrong person, now he has to deal with the injury. And sure, Izuku should probably go to the police and report it, but he doubts that the man will do much crime with a sprained ankle and a few rat bites on both of his legs. Because yes, he also sent some rats to annoy him. And also Izuku remembers bumping into the hobo-looking hero around this place, pretty close, actually, so he hopes that the hero will take care of the trash for now. And if the guy ends up attacking someone else again in the near future? Well, let's say that Izuku will make sure he gets his butt kicked by a bunch of rats. Oh wait, what if the police would start searching for whoever makes rats bite the criminals? That would maybe cause a mess for a few animal-controlling people. Yeah, without evidence police can't do much, but he doesn't like giving trouble to innocent people. Izuku then walked towards another building and climbed on it, looking at the city below. He pulled down his mask and coughed up a few clouds of smoke, which was slightly annoying. Why did he pick something like this for his quirk? Really? He could literally use anything else as an excuse without having the burnt taste of charcoal in his mouth at all times. It's not like he even cares about getting in trouble, what the hell? He's so stupid sometimes, isn't he? Putting it back on, his tail moved from side to side aggressively, as he wondered what he should do. He shouldn't get in trouble instantly after getting caught by a hero, they would definitely remember him. And he can't just walk in this area and see all the criminals and not stop them from doing crime. So he turned around sighing, visibly disappointed, and made his way back towards the more lively areas of the city, bouncing from one building to another on all fours. It was more comfortable that way. So sue him. After around half an hour he was back in the better areas of the city, and frustrated about how much time he lost by not doing anything. Then, he picked up his phone to check the hour. It was 3 p.m. He still had about 2 hours before he was supposed to meet up with Hawks and train. He should probably go back home, or else his mom would get worried about him missing for the whole day, but he really doesn't feel like staying stuck in his room while there are so many things he can do. So, he did the best thing he could possibly do in this situation, which is, "Burnt pigeon yo, if my mom asks I've been with you the whole day K. Insomniac, are you gonna be with me the whole day? Burnt pigeon no, but I need an excuse as to why I'm gone, so can you help? Insomniac, are you doing something illegal? Burnt pigeon no. Insomniac then K. Well, now that a good excuse is taken care of, he sent his mom a quick text saying he will be out with a friend for the whole day and put his phone back in his pocket. Already slightly bored yet excited over the idea of meeting Hawks, he made his way back to the beach. It's the only peaceful place where he can sketch his possible vigilante and later semi-villain costume. It had to be fancy and scary to blend in well with the rest of the villains, and to be treated seriously. After entering the beach he found a nice spot where no one would see him and teleported his notebook to himself, before he started writing about different support item options. And, of course, he made a section specifically to talk about possible spikes. The sound of a pen scratching on paper filled the air, mixing with the waves as he went over everything he thought of in the past few hours. He for sure wants some cool armor on his tail. It would look the best if it was some kind of black shiny metal. His general look could be similar to his clothes now, basically a black jacket, black pants, and black fingerless gloves. Although, he could add to it a belt with a bunch of knives and bombs, and even if he won't really use them, they would look cool and make people be more wary towards him. Which is perfect for a vigilante, isn't it? Izuku also thought about adding some decorations to his jacket so that it looks better, and why not? Time to change some things. 2 red stripes went from his shoulders down his back so that they were on both sides of his spine, and they had black spots in a row made out of self-repairing fabric on the stripes, which, the dark spots would be where his spikes will be. He decided on not too long spikes that were only the length of a finger, and they were dark purple. Not the soft lavender like the color of Shinso's hair, which, in all honesty, he kinda wanted to do for the sake of why not, but in the end he went with slightly more blue and much darker shade of purple. He made it so that he can make them stick out and glow whenever he wants them to, along with a few much longer ones appearing at the end of the tail and on the sides of his arms. Which, by the way, also had red spotted lines on the jacket sleeves. In addition to the glowing spikes and glowing red eyes, he also made a slightly edited version of his mask. This one, however, could make his smoke much stronger and faster to use. It had a similar design to the old one, but this time the teeth were purple to fit in with the spikes. He also had a black hood with 2 rows of black spikes, this time made out of material instead of actively being on his body. The front, slightly bigger ones looked slightly like rabbit ears, but he ignored that. People should be able to figure out that they are spikes, right? Satisfied with the ideas he came up with, he manifested a big mirror in front of himself to stare down at his brand new creation. And it was very creepy, even in daylight. He can't imagine how it would look like at night, the whole lizard aesthetic, black and red with glowing spikes, teeth and eyes and big claws. Should he make it slightly less scary? He's scaring himself right now. How could he help anyone this way? Oh right, yeah, he's supposed to be a semi-villain later, but for God's sake. But wait, he's the god. Yeah. Pulling himself out of the train of thoughts, he decided that he worked too hard on making this form perfect to throw it out and make something nicer. Besides, he shouldn't make anything nicer if he wants to be considered a villain later. Didn't he want to look scary? Didn't he plan that? Sighing, he pushed those thoughts aside for now as he looked around to check if there wasn't anyone watching, then shifted back to his normal form and changed his clothes to normal ones. He felt as if something was missing the moment his skin returned to normal, making him slightly sad that he can't have scales on his normal form. Sure, he could add them, but he would need to explain it to his mom, Shinso, and possibly the class too if they decided to bother him. Or not. If he writes the test well on Monday, he will be officially out of that school, finishing it faster than others. Then, he won't need to explain anything to the class anymore. Stretching out his wings behind him, he checked the hour once again, noticing that there isn't too much time left before he has to train with hawks. It would be the best to get moving now, wouldn't it? So, he checked in his phone where he should go and started walking, giving himself a map to where he was supposed to meet up with the hero. Time for a completely different part of his life to begin, right? And hopefully everything will be better now. Come on, keep your wings straight. The left one is still wobbly. Remember, it's not a second set of arms, you don't use only one at once. Izuku struggled to keep himself in the air as Hawks tried to encourage him this whole time, not helping at all to get rid of the teenager's frustration, which was definitely higher than he can fly. He could have just learned how to do it in a few seconds but knew, of course it would be suspicious and he can't let anyone know what he can do yet. So he has to play this, I can't do sheep please help, even if he's fully aware he could fly whenever he wanted to. Yeah, sure, the quote, I can't do sheep please help, maybe fit him at first, for like, the first week. But now it doesn't. He's smart now. Plot twist, he's really not. For now, he only made it so that he learns much faster, but he has been training for only about 30 minutes, so no one can really expect instant results, no matter how frustrated he is. Well, technically there are some instant results. But those are almost unnoticeable, considering how much he still has to learn. Currently his wings moved rapidly as he tried to stay in one place, although his flight in itself was still extremely wobbly. It didn't take long before one of his wings moved slower than the other one, disturbing the balance that he barely kept even before that and making him flap his wings uselessly as he fell down onto the gym floor in which he and Hawks are training. Or more like, he was training, and Hawks was watching him try and fail at flying. The hero sighed as he watched him fall, but didn't seem irritated by his lack of skills. More so, he seemed to find it somewhat fun to help him out. The moment Izuku made contact with the ground, Hawks walked up to him, then behind him as he grabbed his wings very carefully and straightened them out. Look, you seem to use them more as how you could clap your hands, which, fair, for someone who never had wings. But you're trying to go too fast at first while also letting the air escape and not pushing yourself as high as you could. The hero poked the upper edge of one of the wings, near where the longest feathers started. You make this area go down too fast and lose a lot on it. Try to make an air pocket under it and then push it down instead, okay? But I tried doing that. If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to fly for this long dash. Yeah, but you did that only here. Hawks poked the middle area of the wing. You keep air here while you move the ends down, cutting through the air and making the air escape to the side instead of pushing it down, which is why you can't keep yourself in air for long enough and waste a lot of energy. Oh. Next half an hour was filled with Izuku constantly trying to follow Hawk's advice while also slightly updating his skills through his powers under the excuse of being a fast learner. Soon later, he was pretty tired already, but before another try he was stopped by the hero. What do you think about learning to glide now? I think it would be easier for you for now. I mean, it's the easiest thing to do and you seem to be tired already. And in fact, it was much easier. Izuku climbed onto a higher platform and just jumped off it, and when he's not being attacked by strong wind and the fear of falling and breaking his bones, gliding actually feels pretty nice. Air rushing past his wings felt different than when he's trying to stay in one place, and wasn't as tiring. Yeah, he doesn't even really feel too tired, but the minimal changes still count. The entire training session ended after about 3 hours, which was actually pretty long considering the fact that life of a pro hero is probably very busy. Izuku, in all honesty, felt bad for taking up so much time off of Hawk's day, even if the hero already told him multiple times that it's fine. He still felt as if he's annoying him. Izuku also learned how much Hawks love talking about random things that currently interest him. At first he tried to talk only about the whole training thing, but after around an hour they could have an entire conversation about which fast food place has the best fried chicken. Of course, he also made sure to talk only about things that no one could hold against him in any way, which was obvious. It's not like Izuku was planning to, but he can understand why the hero would act this way next to some random kid. If some information got leaked, then it could end badly for his career, so of course he's careful with his words. Soon after the training has ended, Izuku felt slightly better about himself and maybe a little bit giddy thinking about the fact that he has trained with the number 3 pro hero, but who can blame him? Running back home, he pulled out his phone and called his mom, as he gotta make sure she's not worried out of her mind at home. She picked up right away, asking him if he's alright, and he was quite happy to talk about his day as he slowed down, not even hiding the strong excitement and breathlessness in his voice he got from running as he rambled about Hawks and the fact that the pro hero decided to help him train to fly. Isn't it amazing? His mother seemed very relieved at that and sounded much happier than usual, probably calmed down a lot by the fact that he's just learning with a number 3 pro hero instead of running around and jumping off things to try to fly. Which he kinda did before, but he won't mention that, of course. Around an hour later, already in his room, he texted Shinso because he changed his excuse, so of course he should tell him about that, in case anyone asked. Not that he expects anyone to ask, but every excuse to talk to his first and only friend is a good excuse. Burnt Pigeon, I changed my excuse, you are not needed anymore. Insomniac, ouch my feelings. Burnt Pigeon, you have those? Insomniac, is this sass I see? Burnt Pigeon, well, I learned from the best, didn't I? Insomniac, I would get offended if not for the fact that you called me the best, so you're forgiven. Insomniac, unless it was sarcasm. Burnt Pigeon, laughing face. Insomniac, you are not allowed to do sarcasm. Insomniac, and what the hell were you even doing the whole day? You texted me in the morning and now it's like 11 p.m. Insomniac, and like sure you can do things for the whole day but you wouldn't lie to your mom for no reason. Insomniac, do I need to help you hide a body? Burnt Pigeon, how do you know I wouldn't lie to her? Insomniac, you literally spent 2 hours talking about how much you care about her and how she's the best mom ever back when we first met. Burnt Pigeon, but she is... What? Insomniac, see? Insomniac, I have a shovel. Burnt Pigeon, first of all, I didn't kill anyone. Burnt Pigeon, second of all, burying a body is the worst method of hiding it. Burnt Pigeon, too easy to find. Insomniac, how else do you hide a body then? Burnt Pigeon, you burn it and then mix the ashes with some dirt and water. I mean, who would look for a body in mud? Burnt Pigeon, or you could put it in a bath with a lot of acidic chemicals like pipe cleaners. They are pretty strong, aren't they? And then you let it sit for enough time, then it's much less to actually burn. Insomniac, okay, never mind. Insomniac, remind me to never PSS you off. Burnt Pigeon, wait, no. Burnt pigeon, all of it I heard on the internet, not from personal experience. Insomniac, suspicious. Burnt pigeon, sad face. Burnt pigeon, I'm not suspicious. Insomniac, suspicious as F. Burnt pigeon. No swearing in my Christian Minecraft server. Insomniac, if your Christian Minecraft server. Burnt pigeon, oof, ouch, my poor religious soul. Insomniac, wait, are you actually religious? That made Izuku pause for a second, because what does he say? I haven't been religious before, but I became a god and all of a sudden know that heaven and hell exists, and apparently the real god has disappeared off to somewhere, and now I got the job and can do everything I wish for as long as I follow some weird rules set by an army of angels? Yeah, he doubts that it would be believable in any way. Besides, he actually figured out that Christianity isn't fully the real religion. It was told to him by angels during the very first day of his godly duties, which was the moment he was given the powers, that no matter what the person believes in at life, as long as they are a good person, they can still go to heaven. And if religions help people be good in life? Well, they can believe whatever they want, as long as they aren't trash. So technically he doesn't think that he's being religious by just knowing the truth behind afterlife. But it also made him realize that he kinda ignored whatever duties the angels gave him for quite some time, as he didn't come back to the heavens ever since the very first day. It's been a week, is it enough for him to be judged by them? He doesn't want them to take away his god powers. In his panic, he forgot to reply for good 5 minutes before his phone buzzed, making him remember that he kinda cut off the conversation all of a sudden. Insomniac, I'm sorry if I offended you or something. Burnt pigeon, no. It's fine, I'm just doing something right now I forgot to replit. I also don't really know if I'm religious or not. I mean, I know that there is something after death and you need to be a good person and cheat, but I don't believe in most of religious rules and stuff. Insomniac, huh? Insomniac, so you believe in heaven and hell, or just a basic afterlife boring void? Burnt pigeon, heaven and hell, I guess? Insomniac, I personally believe that when you die you rot and that's all. Burnt pigeon, edgy. Insomniac, I want to either be reclaimed by moss or turn into a cat or something. Burnt pigeon, I mean, if you could be reincarnated as a cat, would you want to be? Insomniac, yes. Insomniac, 100% yes, the best life. Burnt pigeon, funky cat times. Burnt pigeon, sent image purple_@.png. Burnt pigeon, it's you. Insomniac. Insomniac, it's you. The rest of the evening, or more like all the time until his mom finally went to sleep, he spent texting Shinso about random shit, sending memes, cats, everything he could to get his mind off the fear that the angels are disappointed in him. The moment his mom went to bed, he turned off his phone and focused on entering the afterlife once again for the second time in his life, although this time fully aware of what's happening. First thing Izuku saw as he entered the heavens was light. Way too much light, burning his eyes before he managed to get used to it with a little bit of help from his powers. Soft clouds under his feet felt weird, as if he was walking on a giant jelly with a layer cotton stuck on top of it, making him walk slightly wobbly. Moving forwards, he looked around, searching for something, anything in the endless white. Thankfully he didn't need to do much to find an angel, as one appeared in front of him pretty quickly. It was in its original form, which made them look like a ghost made out of light with 4 sets of blue wings and 4 golden eyes staring right into his soul. Welcome to paradise, child. What brings you up there at the current moment? Are you having any problems on Earth that need to be addressed? The angel said in a dull, emotionless tone, seeming way too formal for Izuku's liking. Wasn't I meant to do something there? I just wanted to know if there's anything I need to actively do or know that I haven't been told. Yes. We haven't expected you back so soon, but that is all right. Come, the angel put its hand, or at least what Izuku assumed was a hand, on his shoulder as they teleported into a different part of the weird void. A giant set of golden stairs appeared in front of him with a big throne at the top. It looked pretty, with golden and silver swirls painted onto the beautifully carved surface. On both sides of the staircase there were 3 stone pillars, with an angel with a glowing blade on each. They all had skin that seemed to be made out of marble, and if Izuku didn't feel this weird, strong energy coming from them, he would have assumed that they are all just statues. There were also 2 giant doors, one on each side, one of them fully black while the other one golden and shiny. He assumed that those were the doors to both afterlives. Will I need to actually judge people or as something? No, unless you want to, we have statues to do that. Oh, so they are actually statues? That's weird. And how can a statue judge people? So what exactly should I do? You grant wishes for people who pray to you and keep all religions you deem worthy alive, as they inspire people to keep being good at heart. What do you mean by worthy? Izuku questioned, wondering which ones he should approve of. That means that you think the good side outweighs the bad. There isn't any religion that is strictly correct, but we let people believe what they want and give them what they truly desire in heaven as long as their mortal souls are light enough to be let in. So it's confusing, to say the least. Wait, so none of the actual religions are real? They are, to people who believe in them. He was still confused but decided not to question anymore as the angel walked towards the shiny golden door. It opened by itself as they got close, revealing something that looked like a small village with big houses with flowers growing all over the walls, with a pretty path going in all directions. Although, it didn't seem too much like an actual small village due to the fact that it seemed to never end with houses going in 4 directions until they disappear behind some mist. Every house seemed to have a different shape as well. There were just many vibrant colors and flowers everywhere. So this is the afterlife? I expected. I don't know what I expected, honestly. Every person gets a house in which they can live in after their mortal death. Humans can continue with their normal lives just as they did before their deaths. The additional time, however, allows them to get creative with decorating their houses. Where do they get the materials? They ask for them in a letter thrown into a well. Not the most convenient method, but best one we have. Izuku jumped off the platform they were standing on and glided down, soon after hitting the soft dirt path under his feet. Looking around, he just noticed people walking around, talking, even laughing. They are all dead, he realized, yet they don't seem to feel bad about it. The angel landed next to him, watching him the whole time. How do you fit all humans from all years and all places from the world in one place? Heaven is endless. What if someone wants to meet a person who died 10 years before them? They can. How? The angel was silent for a minute, looking forward, gazing far away. Some things cannot be explained by mortal means. Well, that is then. He is extremely confused and doesn't understand anything about this place, but he felt like he was just annoying the angel, so he kept quiet. Walking forward, Izuku gazed over every house he passed. There were tons of random people, chatting and smiling as if this whole place isn't just one big colorful graveyard. Don't they miss their lives? They were mostly adults, looking like they are around 20 to 30 years old, although Izuku had no idea what their actual age could be. Seeing dogs and cats running around, however, lightened up his mood a little. So pets do have souls, then? He didn't expect that, but he loves that idea. If it wasn't already implemented, he would give animals souls on his own. His mood got worse again just as quick as it went up the moment he saw a field with children playing on it. Children who should not be there. Just shouldn't. How does aging works like in there? Are they actual children? He asked weakly, sad with the idea that they are there and not alive, losing so many opportunities. Losing a life so young sounds awful. Sure, they didn't look sad, playing in the fields with a bunch of dogs, throwing a ball around carelessly. But the whole idea was enough to make him sad. Most people stay around the ages between 20 and if they died older, they change back anyway. Children grow up in the same way they would on Earth until 25 as long as their close family member is with them, otherwise they are stuck in a limbo waiting for their families to join them. So, they are actually that young. You cannot change death. They don't deserve it. He was sad, angry and hurt now, feeling like the whole world is unfair. Things like this shouldn't happen. Why couldn't anyone help them? Have you ever thought that some of them would never have a normal life on Earth? They have a carefree life with kind people who can help them grow and teach them about the world they missed out on, but living there doesn't make them any less alive. It's just a different state of existence. The experiences are similar. They are being given a second chance in a better place. That's still depressing. That's life. The angel said as it began to walk forwards down the path again. You just can't save everyone. And it stuck to Izuku. Because yeah, even the best heroes can't always save everyone. But he could. He literally could help everyone now, but he's not allowed to. Not allowed. It makes him angry at everyone and everything that the world feels so unfair, yet even if he has the power to change it, they stop him from doing anything. They force him to sit and watch as the world keeps throwing dirt at people who haven't done anything to deserve it. He was also angry at himself as well for coming here so soon. He could have given himself more time before coming up here. He should have known that there are going to be basically dead people here and that it could affect him badly. Yet, he came here anyway, and he felt extremely sad and empty all of a sudden. He ran up after the angel who hasn't changed their walking speed at all during his slight emotional breakdown and followed them, but after numbly following the angel around for a few minutes he finally spoke up quietly, as if saying it any louder could hurt someone. "Can I go home now?" "You may." And he did. On Monday Izuku's mood was still down, and he felt mentally exhausted thanks to all this mess. Sure, he had some time to get over it through the weekend, but even his god powers can't get rid of that sinking feeling he got every time his mind went back to the image of all those dead people he saw during his time in the afterlife. Thankfully, he managed to hide his distress well enough to be able to take the test and test out of middle school many months before the school year ends. He got a perfect score, and maybe he felt slightly bad for cheating, but the relief of never having to go back to this place was enough to push guilt to the side. Walking out of the school, he made his way to the beach and spent the next few hours sitting down in the semi-hideout he made out of the trash at the beach with his laptop in front of him, scanning the internet for every bit of information about any villains he could find. This was, in all honesty, the only thing he has been doing ever since coming home from the afterlife, with only short breaks for food every so often. Which he didn't even want to do, but his mom would be worried if he stopped eating all of a sudden. He's pretty sure with the amount of information he gathered during his constant work, he probably put at least 100 criminals in jail during the weekend alone. That is, well, if the police actually accept the evidence he gathers for them. At least the world might have a few gangs less now. That's a good way to spend free time, right? That he really hopes they actually accept the evidence. It would be frustrating if they didn't. He spent so much time putting criminals in jail because he felt like it's the best way to actively help people without going over the limits set in by angels. He still feels like it's too early to be going out as his Akatani persona, so hacking must do for now. Besides, things like gangs and human trafficking rings deserve to be taken down as a top priority, as they are much worse and more dangerous than your common petty thief pickpocketing random strangers. A few hours after entering the beach, Shinso decided to come and hang out with him, which slightly frustrated Izuku as it meant having his attention split to two things and less villains caught. Although after those thoughts invaded his mind he forced them down, now guilty over not being a good enough friend. "Who are you and what did you do to my antisocial? I don't want to have any friends nor hang out with anyone as it's a waste of time, friend?" Izuku spoke up, looking up from his laptop screen at Shinso who just entered their small hideout. The purple-haired insomniac glared at him before throwing himself next to Izuku on the shitty couch, which protested loudly, sounding as if it's gonna break at any second. "Are you really so bored in life you turn the garbage dump into your new house? What if I am?" Izuku's eyes went back to the screen as he continued typing at basically light speed. Their little hangout place now looks more like an actual hideout rather than just a garbage dump, and Izuku hoped that he hid it enough to not have random people use it. There was an old couch on the sand that was somewhat functional, and thankfully Izuku had the power to make sure it doesn't have any surprises inside, like maggots or spiders or whatever. All walls had much stronger structure now, so there was no worrying about it falling and destroying everything. There was also a table that was sunk into the sand deep enough to be stable. There were also tree lights on the walls, hidden carefully in the trash so they would be visible only when turned on. Last thing that he changed was that now there was also some worn-off carpet in the middle that finished the whole teenage rebel's hideout aesthetic. Oh, and also a bunch of air fresheners stuck to the back of the couch, but Izuku doubted that they could actually even work outside. Shinso has been sprawled out on the couch staring at the sky for about 5 minutes before finally glancing back at Izuku. "What are you so focused on? Writing fanfictions? Izuku decided that the best way to get his mind off of things is to argue with Shinso about random funny bullshit. Easiest way to think about something else than death is to say dumb stuff to his friend and get an equally dumb response. I highly doubt that you would actually do that next to me. Izuku has turned off the program he had opened right before Shinso could see it as he turned on some random blogging website, keeping the page on cool animal facts. Then he saw a post about alligators and couldn't help but laugh slightly. Did you know that alligators haven't changed at all in millions of years? Look, it's peak performance. Izuku moved his laptop so that Shinso could clearly see the post, making his friend chuckle. I didn't take you for a Tumblr kind of person either. I'm full of surprises. Now rate the pancake dinosaur. Clearly a perfect creature. It's so flat. Good for him. Izuku couldn't help but giggle a little at how Shinso could say things like this about an extremely flat alligator while keeping a completely straight face. Although, the moment he did, his friend smiled a little, so it was a small success in Izuku's eyes. Clicking off the animals page, he scrolled down some recommended posts. Although with an empty account, nothing actually worth his time appeared for quite some time. So he ended up entering a random art blog and scrolling down pages of fantasy creatures, all of a sudden feeling an urge to make himself a pet dragon or something. Or maybe a moth cat. There was one art of a moth cat and they looked so nice. So DMN fluffy. And it would be easier to hide behind. Well, it's a quirked animal I found, when he has a weird-looking cat than hiding a giant fire-breathing flying lizard. Did you know that you can substitute eggs with blood for baking? Izuku said all of a sudden, remembering what he saw on the internet some time ago. No? Why would anyone do that dash? How else do you make cupcakes for your vampire friends if not this way? I don't know any vampires. Oh yeah? I thought you are one, with how tired and pale you look all the time. Vampires aren't usually tired. I'm pretty sure they don't even need to sleep. If anything, you could never tell when was the last time a vampire actually slept. They are dead, they don't feel tired, or are very good at hiding it. Are you sure about that? It sounds weirdly specific. Pretty sure. Suspicious. Izuku said before giggling at his friend's tired expression. He really enjoyed just sitting there and talking to Shinso a whole lot, maybe even too much, and it made some bad thoughts start creeping in at the back of his mind which he desperately tried to ignore. Something kept whispering to him that he shouldn't be happy now if he didn't save enough people to be worth anything, and no matter how much he tried to argue with his own brain, it didn't fully work. Shinso seemed to notice his sudden change of mood, the slight shift and suddenly distant expression being enough for him to know something's up. Voicing his concerns, his mood also seemed to change a little bit, as he became more serious. You okay? You have been acting weirdly for past 2 days. You don't know me long enough to know when I act weirdly and when I don't. Izuku focused fully on his laptop then, ignoring the slight pain in his chest at being rude towards his only friend. He just couldn't talk about it. No matter what, no one will understand, no one will take him seriously. Both of them were silent for a few minutes as Shinso tried to analyze Izuku's weird behavior with a stare that made Izuku feel as if his friend tried digging deep into his brain by watching him alone. Izuku, in the meantime, moved the screen so that it was hidden from his friend's view and went back to hunting down a few more criminals. The silence became uncomfortable after around 5 minutes and Izuku started questioning his life choices as he forced himself to keep working and not let it affect him. It still did though. He still felt bad. Another 5 minutes had passed before he finally looked away from his laptop screen, looking over at Shinso. Why are you so silent all of a sudden? He asked, slightly confused, at which his friend shrugged. You seemed like you didn't want to talk about it, so I didn't push. Oh? Izuku responded, relieved that his friend isn't mad at him. You usually have gummy bears with you every time we hang out. Do you have any now? Shinso asked 2 minutes later, causing Izuku to be confused again for a split second before chuckling. You will get fat if you constantly eat them. You could too, which is why I'm oh so graciously saving you from that fate. The purple-haired insomniac had a slight smirk on his face. Izuku pouted but still did take a bag of gummy bears out of his pocket, and it's worth mentioning that he didn't have them just a second ago. God, magic is amazing, isn't it? He ripped the bag open and moved it towards Shinso, who accepted it before going back to typing on his laptop. Why do you even have so many anyway? That made Izuku pause for a second, thinking of an excuse. I want a lifetime supply? Once again, the slight pause was sadly noticed by his friend. He needs to get better at hiding his emotions, Diamond. Don't worry, I won't judge you. I have a feeling you judge me all the time just for the fun of it. Possibly. That's not a no. Mayhaps. That's not even a word. You are a man of no culture. My culture is bird, Izuku said as he closed his laptop, making his wings appear and stretch out behind him. They were hidden for the whole day and it was already getting uncomfortable. Shinso seemed to be lost in thought for a second before he grinned and quacked at him. Peace was never an option, Izuku said with as serious an expression as he was able to make as he pushed his friend with his wing once, and tried to do it a second time too, but Shinso ducked in time, laughing. Come at me, you overgrown chicken. Izuku screeched before jumping at him, trying to tickle him. The sudden attack surprised him and allowed the green-haired boy to have the upper hand from the start. His friend of course immediately tried to get away the moment it was clear he was, in fact, very ticklish. Which he managed to do after around 2 minutes of struggling. I never seen you laugh so much, Izuku smiled innocently while Shinso tried to catch his breath, sitting on the sand. The purple-haired boy glared at him before picking up a handful of sand and throwing it at him, making Izuku jokingly gasp. How dare you? My beautiful shiny feathers. Don't chickens like sand baths and being dirty? I thought you do, that would explain some things, Shinso snickered, but there was no real bite behind his comments. That didn't stop Izuku from playing along though. Rude. That's it, you deserve it. Shinso seemed confused for a second. Deserve what dash? He couldn't even finish his sentence as Izuku crashed into him and pulled him into a hug while curling his wings around them both like a wall, effectively trapping him. Any last words? Tell my cats I love them. Izuku began tickling him again, but it soon turned into something similar to an actual fight which stopped the moment Izuku quite literally got scratched by his friend who was desperate to get away. What are you, a cat? Meow meow motherfucker. Second wrestling match ended up with Izuku as the loser, which, yeah, fair, it made perfect sense but it doesn't mean he must be happy with that. Not fair. You used your quirk. He spoke up, wanting to glare at Shinso but he wasn't able to thanks to the position he found himself in. Which he was currently laying with his face in the sand as Shinso was sitting on top of him, making sure he can't fight anymore. Just admit defeat. I had the upper hand during most of the battle so I'm clearly better than you. You had an advantage from the start, not more skill. Izuku hid his wings and used this moment of surprise to push Shinso off. Skill? What skill? You used your quirk, not your skills. You used yours too. After summoning the wings back, they puffed up extremely around him, probably making him look like a slightly overgrown hummingbird trying to look threatening. Wanting to look scary, he ended up being cute instead as Shinso bursted into laughter once again. Are you trying to be angry right now? You look so not threatening it's painful. Shinso said, still shaking slightly as he wiped a tear off his face, somewhat exhausted from laughing too much. I'm very threatening. Izuku's feathers puffed up even more and he stuck out his tongue. Childish. And cute. What? I'm not, I'm scary, not cute. Fear me. The green-haired boy protested but it only caused his friend to snort. Please, I don't think anyone would be threatened by you. I can give you a reason to be scared. Is that a threat or a promise? Shinso hummed out, making Izuku pause for a second. He stuttered out, confused. It could be taken in so many different ways, Shinso said in a weird tone and seemed way too smug about the green-haired boy's reaction which made Izuku realize it's probably a way to get revenge for the tickling. And DMN, is it a good one? Come on, lil hummingbird, Shinso purred out and took a step closer. Izuku right now decided that he hates this tone. Just because he hates it, now you're just being a mean. Revenge beach. Shinso grinned at him with a gleam in his eyes that told Izuku that he probably won't leave it be now that he knows it bothers him so much. And they got into another fight, but this time Izuku was way too bothered by Shinso trying to embarrass the hell out of him this entire time to fight properly, which made him lose. That's so unfair. Shinso was Chating, which is the only reason he was losing. Yes, that's the only reason, of course. Okay, not really, he kinda SCKS at wrestling anyway. Around 2 hours later, Izuku was walking home and couldn't stop smiling, feeling much lighter than he did in the morning. Sure, he wanted to actually work on something instead of getting into a wrestling match with Shinso, but it's not as if he's complaining. It was very nice. The only thing he can and will complain about is his friend trying to embarrass the hell out of him after figuring out that it works surprisingly well as a revenge tactic. Either way, having friends is actually so fun. It made him wonder if this is what he's been missing out on his whole life. Now, he can't imagine living without talking to Shinso anymore. 2 weeks have passed before Izuku entered the afterlife once again. During that time in between his visits, he worked hard to learn how to fly with Hawk's help, and without cheating his way into knowing, got confronted by the police a few times, thankfully virtually through a messenger app, as they were trying to figure out who was behind those mass reports he had done, and he also had been hanging out with Shinso a whole lot. It became something like a new routine for him already to get up, arrest as many criminals as possible through hacking, work on random support items, and design way too many costumes and creatures he could make if he had enough space to keep them, going out to hang out with Shinso after school ends for him, and then at last, training with Hawks. He decided to still sleep sometimes, as he started missing the feeling way too quickly and it affected his mental health badly. He was aware, though, that everything will soon change once again when he will start his proper vigilante career. By which he means less hacking and more butt-kicking out in the streets. His hands itched at the thought alone, wanting to finally grow back the claws and climb onto some building at night and just go on a hunt. But he can't allow himself to be impatient. So, his flying abilities got much better as well, and Hawks slowly started acting more friendly and less professional teacher-like during their training sessions. Really, one day they even spent more time talking about the worst food combinations they must try in their life than actually training. Sure, Izuku was not feeling the best mentally during that day, which was visible, and Hawks was probably tired after a long day at work, so that seemed like a good enough reason to talk instead. But it still meant that Hawks at the very least enjoyed talking to him, as he could have easily just told him to go home. And, in all honesty, Izuku was pretty sure that Hawks actually liked hanging out with him. Sure, this might be just him imagining things he would like to happen, but he can't help but feel like the hero has begun lowering his guard around him instead of being strictly student-teacher in this situation as someone could expect. When they were actually training, which was pretty much most of the time they spent together, he was slowly getting better at using his wings. Now he can pretty much fly with no help without the fear of falling down and breaking his bones, so that's a good thing. And controlling his feathers comes somewhat naturally, or as naturally as it could possibly be, considering how unnatural quirks usually are. He can move up to 15 feathers at once without losing concentration, and it might not sound like much, but it's the most that he can do without being suspicious. He also made it so his wings can be set on fire of any color he wants. If it's his wish to be the rainbow fire flying gay icon, he will be one, so sue him if you have something against that. But once again, let's go back to the correct time. Standing in front of the gates to the afterlife, Izuku took a deep breath before entering what people could possibly call heaven, or paradise, or whatever. He's not even sure which name is correct. No one knows. Stepping in, he tried to remember the instructions on how to even move in this dimension. He was supposed to think about who or what he wants to find, and the afterlife will just guide him there? It's still confusing, and he still doesn't understand how it can even exist in the first place, but hey, he's literally a god right now, he shouldn't question anything at this point. Apparently everything can happen, nothing is impossible. Spreading out his wings, he pushed himself up and started his slow flight through the afterlife, not actively searching for anything per se, but just looking around to see if there is anything other than just houses and fields through the whole dimension. And yes, apparently there are also trees. A bunch of forests were visible every so often when he moved further away from the doors in which many colorful creatures were living, not afraid of anything in the slightest. Wolves walked next to deer, neither fearing each other nor even minding their presence. During his trip, he also saw a bunch of lakes and rivers between buildings, which in a normal world would be pretty dangerous, because it doesn't take a genius to know that putting a house so close to a river is a very bad idea. Although this world seemed to ignore common mortal world rules even when it comes to things like that, Last thing that caught his attention was a beach. All roads suddenly stopped before the golden sand, leaving it entirely clean and beautifully empty. Which made Izuku wonder what is the reason behind no one being there. Further away, he could see the giant pool of water which looked almost infinite, making him wonder how long it actually is. Something in his mind whispered that his first idea is actually not that far from the truth. Landing on the soft sand, he started walking, watching the crystal-clear water move slowly. Then, he noticed a lonely figure sitting close enough to the water that the waves could almost touch them. Stepping closer, for some reason he recognized the person instantly and needed to actually search his mind hoping to figure out where he had seen them before. Then it all clicked. It was All Might's mentor, wasn't it? He suddenly remembered how he decided to check the whole life story of All Might when he got frustrated sometime right after getting his god powers, and how angry he was knowing about the story of One for All and the fact All Might was given this power, yet told Izuku that he will never be a hero if he's quirkless. Oh, how much he wanted to tell the woman in All Might's memories how stupid he's acting. And now, the afterlife has latched onto that thought that was still buried deep in his mind, then took him to her thanks to lack of any other direction given. Now he's standing next to a hero who has given power to All Might of all people. Her name was Nana Shimura, right? Well, he might as well ask her about Tenko as well, now that he's here already. Once he figures out how to even start a conversation. God, why is he so awkward? Oh wait, he keeps forgetting. Thankfully, he was saved from having to speak up as the woman has noticed him already and started the conversation herself. Did you come here to see me? Not many people end there unless they searched for me specifically. His confused look was probably the reason she felt the need to explain, and honestly, Izuku was kinda grateful for such a good conversation starter. Maybe. I don't know, I was just walking forwards. He took a few steps closer and awkwardly sat down on the sand near the ghost, because that's basically what everyone in the afterlife is. Simply walking forwards wouldn't bring you there. She seemed lost in thought as she stared at the water, and the whole talking to a dead person already started making Izuku feel uneasy. It's one thing to see dead people, another talk to them. Also, he was unprepared. I might have had tea talking to you in my mind. He stuttered out, feeling slightly embarrassed about the whole situation. The woman leaned back, keeping herself semi-upright with her arms behind her. You're young, she stated calmly before smiling at him kindly, possibly to calm him down as he was still kinda lost. So, what is the reason behind your visit? He took another few minutes to collect his thoughts, not even realizing a long time had already passed, but the ghost of a hero didn't seem to mind. After all, they have the whole eternity, don't they? Can I ask you about One for All? Or more like, talk about the person you gave it to? The woman seemed slightly surprised at the mention of Ofa before sighing. I should have realized one day it would happen, I just didn't think that it would be so soon. How much did that boy tell you about the quirk? She actually didn't tell me anything about it. I found out myself. Is that why you're here? She asked, and on the outside it might seem like a simple question of, is this why you were looking for me? But Izuku could hear the real question under those seemingly innocent words. Did you die because of knowing too much? Which he didn't. And it probably needs to be said pretty quickly, because he can't let the hero think that he's dead. Even if it's the easiest explanation. In a way, almost. He struggled to find correct words, still slightly freaked out over both the fact that he's talking to a dead person and the fact that this dead person has given All Might the quirk he's using now. I was just looking for you to talk. Not even dead, I can go back to the living world at any time. I just wanted to know if you knew what kind of person you gave your power to. Izuku picked up some random smooth shiny rock and then threw it into the water, watching lil droplets splash around. Is that your quirk? To talk to dead people? And not really. More like, immortal duty? It might be hard to believe, but I was chosen by angels to do some things in there and I don't know how much I can actually tell you, but I'm not dead. I'm kinda similar to a G-god but with rules I have to follow. At least she still seemed somewhat interested in actually talking to him instead of reacting by laughing at him like he expected, so he will accept this small success. I wanted to talk about One for All and Tenko. He desperately needs saving and I don't know how to go about it, so if you care about your family and want to see him there one day, I just don't know how to go about it. What happened to him? The hero spirit immediately asked in full alert. All for one got his hands on him and turned him into a villain while everyone else forgot about him. I can see he has a good soul, though, and deserves help, I just don't know how to go about it. He took a deep breath. I know you might not even know too much about him anymore, considering the moment you died, but you're still the only person I could possibly talk about it, as everyone else will tell me I'm crazy, so, help? Barely 2 hours later, he was already exhausted by this messy situation as he went back home, ready to put his plan in motion right away. He can't let himself be tired when there are people to be saved. Thanks to his conversation with Nana Shimura, he had a much better idea of how to go about it, and he found happiness, which he knows he shouldn't but can't help it, in seeing her get frustrated over All Might's stupidity. Of course he told her about the rooftop talk and how hypocritical it was because he was salty and now he had someone to complain to. She still believed he was a great pick though, past some mistakes, so that's sadly only half of the success. But what else did he really expect? Did he really think that she would believe some random kid she just met? She probably took him seriously only because it's quite literally heaven and he couldn't end up there if he was a bad person. That's it. He's so stupid for assuming that he means anything, right? Arriving home, he got hit by the realization that his mission basically starts now. He will go out as a vigilante for the first time tonight, and he had no idea if he should be excited or panic. He picked excitement. But Izuku also knew that there are many hours before he can safely go out to do his vigilante things, which frustrated him because he had no idea what to do for the rest of the day. Pacing in his room back and forth was making him even more restless, so he picked the option which seemed most fun. They say that Nezu is the smartest creature in their country, maybe even the entire world, right? He wondered how the rat bear thing would react to someone from the outside hacking into his system to leave notes. Suyer, it might cause unnecessary panic if someone takes it as an attack, but he wants to talk to the creature. And if there's one thing he has learned accidentally during those past 2 weeks is that if he wants something, he can get it without too many consequences as long as it doesn't affect anyone mentally. Having fun is most he can do at this point. After typing in his password, the computer loaded and he instantly focused on getting into UA's systems. And even if he was protected from possibly getting caught and arrested thanks to his God power-created security system, he still felt anxious doing that. Because what if it's not enough to protect him? What if Nezu is smarter than the literal god? He can only hope that the principal of UA won't be too mad. 10 minutes later he was already in the systems and a little bit disappointed. But after all, what did he really expect if he quite literally gave himself the ability to bypass all of the security systems of UA and Nezu's skills? He really shouldn't be surprised. But he still is. Also kinda bored. Maybe he should limit how much skill he gives himself. This way he could still have some fun in life, finding new challenges and stuff like that. Currently he placed scraps of code for Nezu to find in the systems that he knew wouldn't be too affected by it and waited to see if the principal of UA will take the bait and join him for a game of chess that the code leads to. Just as expected, barely 5 minutes later someone joined the game that he had set up already, on a brand new program that only 2 people can use at once, of course. And he knew that dealing with this overly intelligent little monster is going to be both extremely fun and extremely nerve-wracking at once. Well, time to greet his opponent. Thankfully he put a chat room into the program as well. Unknown, welcome to the game. It took you whole 5 minutes to join in. Unknown, I'm not disappointed. Add 4Z2 good afternoon. I have found your message and what can I say? I'm impressed by your extraordinary set of skills. Add 4Z2, is there a reason behind your invitation? Add 4Z2's name got changed to Nezu. Unknown, there isn't much I wish to say, past. Well, I wanted to play a little with someone who can challenge me. For once. Unknown, if you don't mind, we can discuss any questions you might have over a lovely game of chess, smiley face. Izuku tried his best to sound somewhat smart, but he's pretty sure he failed in at least a few places. But hey, he wanted Nezu to take him seriously, so if he spent longer typing those messages than he usually writes, then no one can blame him. He's sure that soon he will probably forget about typing like this and accidentally speak stupid again, but hey, he's trying his best. Starting the game, he right away started doubting his decisions, rethinking his whole life and trying to understand who made him slowly turn into a chaotic little gremlin. Maybe it's boredom, maybe it's the lack of consequences, maybe it's just because of Hawks and Shinso. Who knows? Personally, he blames Shinso. Activating something similar to an intelligence quirk, he felt the world slow down around him as the game of chess has begun for real. His eye was twitching slightly through the whole game as he tried to contain his anxiety within a tiny box in his brain that he felt such a strong need to kick off a cliff. Sadly, it's not even entirely possible. In the end of the first part, he won 3 games while Nezu won 2 before taking a short break, but he can say with full certainty that it's only because he cheated his way through the game. Surprisingly, talking to the bear rat creature was nice to say the least. Nerve-wracking, yes, but also interesting. They discussed how to make UA's security system better at first, because if he has the ability to make it better, then he will. Later, it changed into analysis, talking about popular heroes, but Izuku felt like the principal of UA just wanted to check how much information he has on heroes. Lastly, after 4 more rounds of chess that Nezu insisted on playing, he decided to send Nezu his overly detailed analysis of a large criminal group that he knew normal police officers wouldn't be able to deal with. Throwing it at some poor souls who usually don't even fight the criminals they are going against most of the time wouldn't be right, and he had no idea which hero would actually listen. So Nezu it is. Izuku's bones creaked uncomfortably as he stretched out, yawning. This whole talking with possibly the most intelligent being in the world thing made him mentally exhausted, which, really, it seems to be his default mood setting at this point. Looking at the clock, he saw that only 2 hours and a half have passed, leaving him frustrated once again. It wouldn't be that bad if he took a quick nap, now, would it? Maybe this way his brain would finally stop making him feel like shit. 15 minutes of biting the pillow later, he realized that sleeping might not be possible at this hour, actively forgetting about his god powers once again. Like the stupid dumbass he is, he continued not realizing so many things that could make his life easier. He really hoped that he won't come off as clingy as he called Shinso again, as this was probably the best option he had at this moment. He's not clingy, he's just bored, right? Right? That he's not being weird, right? The moment Shinso picked up, he blurted out, "Am I being clingy by calling you basically everyday dash?" "Clingy as F dash," came a tired response, but he could swear his friend thought that it was at least slightly funny, considering the tone. Oh no! Black claws kept hitting the ground, clinking softly as Izuku moved through the maze of buildings searching for any kind of criminal activity in the area. He left his house the moment his mom finally went to bed, enjoying the cold sensation of having scales all over his body once again. They still felt funny, but it might just be like this because he limited his time using this form. The only thing he did with his second identity in the past 2 weeks was just checking out different kinds of fighting techniques and figuring out which ones fit for his lizard form, both aesthetically and practically. Eventually he came to a conclusion that a mix of them all is the perfect way to go about it, and now one could predict his moves if he were to fight them. 10 minutes of running around the city was enough to find a crime scene in the making. Basically just a random mugging in an alley, a common occurrence apparently. Good enough for now, isn't it? He moved quietly, stopping behind a dumpster to analyze the situation. There was a guy with glowing red arms threatening some teenager who seemed to have a goat mutation. The villain didn't have any weapon and seemed to threaten them with his quirk alone, mostly gesturing a lot with his glowing hands. Possibly a heat-related quirk? That was enough for Izuku as he stepped out of the shadows and attacked the criminal, using his long tail to swipe the villain's legs from under him, spewing out small streaks of smoke out of the sides of his mask. The teeth on Izuku's mask glowed now, as well as his eyes, and he had his spikes out during his vigilante hours. He really hoped that the scare factor would work in his favor, but the criminal seemed to not really care about his costume, already trying to get up and growling slightly. Which, first of all, rude, he spent so long making it look nice. Second, Izuku is the one who should growl, He's the feral vigilante in this situation, not the criminal. How dare! Then he basically curled his tail around the criminal's leg as the man started cursing the boy out louder, making the ground start smoking in his attempt to get up. Yup. Definitely a heat quirk. Using the moment of disorientation, he threw the villain at the wall. The villain sadly wasn't as bad at this as he had expected and recovered quickly, running at him with outstretched smoking hands. Dodging the first attack, he striked right away, punching the man in the stomach. The villain doubled over and it was enough for Izuku to jump away and hit him in the head, effectively knocking the man unconscious thanks to his gloves being partly metal. Very useful. Making sure the villain is alive, he told the shaken teenager to call the police before tying the criminal's hands behind his back, leaving him on the ground. Izuku was ready to walk away then, but something stopped him. Staring at the unconscious criminal, he saw images of weird gray mist flash over the man for about half a second before going back to normal. Blinking a few times it repeated, and something told him it's an important thing to ask the angels about, because he was pretty sure it was not a quirk. Definitely not. It didn't feel like one. Throwing one last glance at the victim, he made sure they were all right before trying to contact angels in his head, which only told him to talk to them normally. Wow, thanks guardians. Running off, he climbed up a wall, his tail bouncing as he moved from one rooftop to another, searching for a secure spot where no one could spy on him. Using the balconies to drag himself up, he did his best to avoid leaving too many claw marks over the walls. He really kept forgetting about it all the time and then felt bad over it. In the end, the highest building seemed to be the safest option, as watching him this way would be much harder to do undetected. Then, he called out to his guardian angel or whatever else the winged creature could possibly be called. The same being made out of light as last time has appeared next to him on the roof as he glared at it. Can you explain what the weird vision thingy is for? You wish to bring judgment upon people of the streets, so we gave you assistance which you need to read reflections of their mortal existence. Can you translate it to idiot please? The angelic being looked as disappointed at that as a thing with no actual face possibly could, but still responded. You can know who's a good person and who's a bad one by looking at them. Souls that are covered in darkness are the ones that deserve to get punished for their actions. Oh, so like soul X-ray? And what does gray mean? Gray is in the middle. Izuku stepped towards the edge before sitting down, letting his tail move lazily from side to side. Next time please tell me things like that before a possibly dangerous situation, alright? He moved his head back and glared at the glowing being which kept a blank face during his little speech. Well, face. The creature then went over what he should know about judging people, and now Izuku at the very least knew that people with dark souls filled with endless darkness and hatred fully deserve to get hurt or something. Or at least that's what he got out of what the thing tried to tell him. The worse the person is, the more brutal he can be without feeling guilty, as those worst of the worst people are quite literally the worst. Seeing the angel dissolve into the night, he sighed and started making his way through the city, jumping from one rooftop to another, bouncing off every obstacle with such skill that a normal person would need to spend years learning, while he just got a cheat code. In all honesty, that made him feel slightly like a cheater in a game who turned on creative mode on a server full of normal players. He doesn't know where the comparison came from, but it fits how he feels perfectly. 5 minutes later, he already fought another criminal, this time one with some minor stone manipulation as the villain had been turning rocks into sharp bullets. Switching his vision to see their soul, he has noticed that their soul is about 64% darkness. Which, by statistics the angel has put in his brain, is not that bad. Apparently most civilians have souls with darkness levels between 15% and 40%. Criminals usually have over 50% and the worst kinds of villains are above 85%. So 64 is not that big of a number. Somewhat. He isn't really sure yet because of lack of anything to reference it to. The villain noticed him being slightly distracted by something pretty quickly and instantly tried to use that against him, forcing him to switch his vision back right away and make him annoyed. Thankfully Izuku had scales, so anytime the stone bullets actually grazed him they didn't leave as much damage as they could do to a normal person. Oh, and also his resistance quirks he collected helped too. Spewing out a lot of smoke, he made it harder for the criminal to aim before finishing the fight with a hard kick that made them hit their head on the wall with a loud thud and immediately pass out. Oops. Normally he would freak out over giving permanent brain damage to a villain, but hey, he has his god powers. He can heal even permanent brain damage. So he quickly made sure the man would survive, tied him up and called the police and an ambulance for the victim who clearly got hit by the rock bullets. Sadly, Izuku couldn't fully heal the victim because he doesn't want people to believe he has a healing quirk, so the best he could do is make the unconscious person survive by closing the wounds a little bit, enough to not bleed too much and fully heal with just a little bit of time in the hospital. That should be enough. Feeling restless, he wanted to escape right away, but he was scared of leaving the victim passed out alone in a dark alley until the police came. So he paced back and forth waiting to hear the sirens, escaping the situation right as he heard them close in. Moving to a slightly different area, he searched for another target, which this time was a woman with brown horns standing over a terrified guy with a clearly big stab wound over his stomach, so Izuku knew he had to take care of the situation quickly. Flashing the soul vision for a second, he got 79% and then jumped onto a garbage disposal box, getting the attention of both people in the alley. His spikes flared up with vibrant purple light as he charged at the criminal who clearly didn't have a combat quirk because she tried to fight using only knives and failed at it. Also, it's been going pretty poorly for her as she just kept aggressively lashing out like a feral animal. Clearly she had no experience in actual fighting, and Izuku suspected it's just a messy breakup instead of a crime for money or something. The fight ended in barely half a minute and he called the police and the ambulance once again. Vigilantism is pretty easy when you have cheat codes. The rest of the night went without any problems and without any annoying heroes stopping his fun, so he could call his first proper patrol a success. He came across only one person which he judged as one of the worst, that needed to be taught a proper lesson, and the rest were just petty criminals barely above average on the evil scale, which gave him some hope that maybe the world isn't as bad as expected. No. The fact that not everyone is a bloodthirsty maniac doesn't mean the world is great, and the fact that he met one person like that already on his first night out means that they exist and it's not even that hard to find them, which on its own is bad. But hey, at least he stopped the guy and gave him a few reminders not to be trash, like a broken leg, a scar on his face, and a bunch of bruises, as well as guaranteed life in jail for his numerous crimes. As much as Izuku doesn't like badly injuring people on purpose, he doesn't like people like this even more. Sick BSRDS. And also he needs to be seen as at least somewhat villainous for the League of Villains to reach out to him to start his plan. The worse the person is, the more injured they will end up, and it's fully justified. Justice. Going back home, he still felt like he could have done more. And he noticed that it was a pretty common thing for him to feel like he should work more. After all, he is quite literally a god. He doesn't need to sleep, eat, he doesn't need to do anything that is a waste of time. He should be able to fix the whole world with a snap of his fingers. Why isn't he working more? It's his fault that so many people are hurt because he can't help them on time. Because he's still pretending to be normal while he should have done more. Why can't he just abandon his normal life for the sake of others? It would be so easy to do now. Why isn't he doing more? Why isn't he? Dealing with those thoughts has started making his mental health go down, which only made everything worse as he felt like he shouldn't feel bad because hey, he can have everything he ever wished for. Why isn't he happy? Why is he such an ungrateful brat? The moment he teleported to his room and changed back to his normal self, he pulled his wings close to his body as a way of hugging himself. He felt pathetic for having a mental breakdown over such a stupid reason. Picking up the phone with shaking hands, he opened his conversation with Shinso, although without much hope for an answer. It was around 7 in the morning, so he had no idea if his friend would be able to even text him back at this hour. But he was desperate. Pathetic. Hummingbird, hey. Hummingbird, I don't know if you're awake, but I have been thinking lately. Hummingbird, is it wrong to feel like I'm not doing enough? Hummingbird, like I should do more for people around me. Hummingbird, like I have been given an opportunity that I'm not using properly and wasting it. Hummingbird, does that make me an ungrateful brat if I feel bad even if I got blessed with such a great opportunity I'm not using to its full potential? Hummingbird, so yeah, just wondering. He was surprised and a little panicked the moment he saw that Shinso started typing, thinking that maybe he woke the purple-haired boy up. Or just annoyed him while he was doing something already. Coffee addict, I don't know what you're going through, but I know for sure that what you're doing right now is enough. Coffee addict, you're not a machine, you don't need to spend your whole life doing things, and you're still young. Coffee addict, hell, look at me, I'm not doing literally anything to help people. Coffee addict, all I did yesterday was pet a cat and throw one plastic cup into a recycling bin, yet I'm proud of myself already. Coffee addict, simply surviving should be enough, even pro heroes need to remember that, so you should remember that even more considering you're like 12 or something. Hummingbird, I'm sorry if I woke you up. Hummingbird, I didn't mean to. Hummingbird, also that sounds like something you got from a motivational Tumblr post and not actually wrote TBH. Hummingbird, wait. Hummingbird, I'm also not 12, sad face. Coffee addict, it's alright, I wasn't sleeping anyway. Coffee addict, is there a reason why you're awake at this hour rethinking life? Hummingbird, couldn't sleep, brain isn't letting me. Coffee addict, do you want to hang out? This made Izuku pause for a second, staring at the screen in slight disbelief. Does Shinso really want to hang out at this hour? Hummingbird, what the F? Hummingbird, it's literally 7. Coffee addict, morning already. Hummingbird, I don't want to bother you. Coffee addict, you aren't. There was silence for a few seconds before the bubble next to his nickname showed that Shinso started typing again. Coffee addict, you don't need to if you don't want to though. Hummingbird, why though? Coffee addict, why not? Hummingbird, why yes? Coffee addict, why not yes? Hummingbird, sad face. Hummingbird, fine. Hummingbird, just give me a few minutes K. Coffee addict, love. Hummingbird, if you. Well, at the very least it's nice to have friends who support him, right? Izuku glanced one last time at the laptop, feeling the need to arrest some more criminals, but eventually pushed it aside. As much as he feels like he should, he can't make Shinso be disappointed in him. So, ignoring the fact that it's so DM early and that his friend should sleep now, he prepared to leave the house. Hummingbird, the beach? Coffee addict, where else? Hummingbird, beach it is, then chapter text. The beach was quiet as Izuku walked between the piles of trash, lost deep in his thoughts. He still felt awful for not working right now, and it was this one feeling he couldn't seem to get rid of no matter what he did. Because there's always more that could have been done. So many people that could have been saved if he was working right now. So many criminals that could end in jail for their crimes. Yet there he was, not doing anything at all. He can't even get hurt or tired or hungry anymore. He could technically spend his entire day and night fighting crime with no negative effects on his body. Entering their tiny hideout, he sat on the old couch and stared at the bright morning sky, watching the pink and gold clouds slowly pass by. Closing his eyes, he tried to silence his mind as best as he could while waiting for his friend. Soon enough, he focused so much on silencing his brain that he didn't even notice the moment someone got behind him until he got pushed off the couch by someone. Letting out a surprised squawk, he fell face first into the sand, getting a handful of it in his mouth, making him cough a little to spit it out. Opening his eyes, he glared at Shinso, who had a very smug expression on his face, clearly satisfied. Not for long, however, as Izuku sat up and grabbed his arm, pulling him down before throwing a handful of sand into his hair. I eat sand, you eat sand too. Izuku giggled while his friend tried to get the sand out of his hair, huffing. You didn't have to do that. I wanted to. They had a tiny staring contest after, and of course Izuku managed to win it because Shinso looked way too tired to keep his eyes open for longer than a minute. Izuku got up from the ground and tried brushing off most of the sand that was stuck to him before sitting down on the couch once again, sprawling out across the entire thing. Only to be mean a little. Just a little bit. He has claimed the couch and it is now his. He even summoned his wings to cover the entire backrest too, staring with a satisfied smirk at Shinso, who looked very betrayed at that. You wound me. Izuku stuck out his tongue at that. You're childish, let me sit down too. You have this beautiful soft and warm sand, don't you like it? Shinso seemed to contemplate something for a second before sitting down anyway, basically ignoring him as if he's not even there, causing him to squeak. Hey, that's rude, he wheezed out, trying to push the other boy off, but because he started laughing somewhere in the middle his arms felt too weak to actually fight back against Shinso, who was sitting on his stomach right now. The couch is weirdly talkative today. Shinso, Izuku tried getting up while Shinso started laughing too. 5 minutes later Izuku gave up, arms still shaking from laughing. Shinso, I can't be you. The green-haired boy tried hitting his friend over the head with his wings. Nope. That's what you get for being a lil sheet. Shinso pushed the wing away before laying down entirely, and his head was now on Izuku's chest just a little bit too high, ticking his face with his hair. Get your dirty hair out of my face. And whose fault is it that it's dirty? Actually, a lot of birds bathe in sand, so that argument is invalid. I was actually washing you. What are you, a duck? Shinso moved slightly, tickling him again, which almost made Izuku sneeze. If you don't move, I'm gonna lick it. Now this. This made Shinso get up instantly, looking scandalized at the mere idea of it. What the F dash? Success, Izuku managed to wheeze out, and that was all it took before both of them started laughing again, successfully distracting the boy from his unpleasant thoughts. When they finally calmed down a little, Shinso looked at the other boy again, who this time decided to have some mercy on the poor tired insomniac. Izuku moved so that half of the couch was now free for the purple-haired teen to sit down too. Shinso was grateful for that, and he sat down, exhausted from the fact that he didn't sleep the entire night. Insomnia is a beach. But somehow when he was near Izuku it always seemed to go away after a while, so of course he would take the chance of a quick short nap. If anything happens, his friend can always just wake him up. And why did the insomnia go away always near the green-haired boy? Well, it was of course because Izuku was quite literally a god. He always made Shinso actually sleep when he saw how tired he is, and sure, he could have just gotten rid of his insomnia fully, but first it would be suspicious, and second, well, this is the only thing he might want to be a little bit selfish about. He just likes hanging out with Shinso, and the fact that the purple-haired boy rarely sleeps makes it so that they can talk at any hour of the day or night. Other than this, Izuku might have made him naturally have more energy and need less sleep to be healthy, because this is the best he can do without straight-up forcing him to sleep. He wondered if Shinso actually noticed the change. 10 minutes later, as predicted, the purple-haired teen was asleep with his head on Izuku's shoulder as the winged boy scrolled down some social media on his phone. Deciding that this position was most likely not very comfortable for his friend and can badly affect his spine, he moved so that Shinso was once again laying on him as he used his wings as a blanket for him. He deserved to sleep peacefully and not wake up with a sore neck from the awful position he was in. That's the only reason. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely not the fact that Izuku himself loves hugs and is touch-starved. Nope. Laying on the couch, it was now harder to find a comfortable position for himself to use his phone in, but he could manage. For the next half an hour Izuku was just laying there, moving his hand through Shinso's hair and making sure that his friend is not bothered by anything, because he definitely deserved some rest. He was also mindlessly scrolling down some hero news sites, taking in any information he could without actively going out and watching things himself, and without using his powers to learn information about them too. He constantly felt the need to just learn more about the quirks and fighting techniques of all the heroes he knew about by quite literally using the powers to get it. But then again, he felt awful for destroying people's privacy, and well, let's just say he felt like using those powers so often for things that aren't exactly helping people can't be considered a very good thing. He already invaded All Might's privacy by viewing his entire life even if he didn't need to. He probably shouldn't. Doing the same with other heroes that he doesn't have any personal problems with sounds awful. Now wait a second. There might actually be a hero that even after invading their privacy, he still wouldn't feel like shit all that much. Wait, no, that sounds bad. He has a reason to invade their privacy, therefore it is not that bad. Here, now it's worded much better. Izuku actually is pretty curious what kind of person the number 2 pro-hero Endeavor is when not in public, and can you really blame him? The flaming hero is known for being ignorant and in general not the most pleasant person to deal with. And sure, if he was actually nice to people in private, then why wouldn't he be nice to the public, as it could boost his ratings for sure, but Izuku didn't want to immediately assume that someone is unlikable based off of their public image alone. Maybe it was just a case of the bad boy aesthetic gone wrong? Although, The moment he let his power run through Endeavor's life and pick out most important things that aren't invading his privacy too much, as to not traumatize himself by seeing something he shouldn't, he decided that he very much did not like the hero. In the end, he realized that this hero is an awful person in general and someone has to help his family. Maybe he could help them? But at the same time, he shouldn't throw himself at everyone's problems and try to fix them, right? Izuku knew that Shinso wouldn't appreciate him acting like it's his personal duty to save everyone, but he couldn't leave them without help. If he doesn't help them, then who will? Well, that's another reason why checking people's lives this way can be actually considered a bad thing. Getting a good look at their life story makes him feel like he can't leave it alone anymore. This is what happened with Shigaraki, and now he is pretty sure he won't leave the Endeavor issue alone either. Even the soul of the hero was worse than what he expected of a hero of all people. His soul was about 66% dark. 66%. He literally met criminals who were better people than the supposed pro-hero. But he guessed that it's because the criminals did crimes to survive, while the hero apparently burned people for fame and money alone. Worst kind of person. Izuku's wings puffed up as he got frustrated, and also angry at himself because he knew that there is no way he's gonna just leave it alone. Then, he realized he hasn't checked the soul of the main person who he wants to save. Checking it quickly, he noted it was at 73%, although it seemed to have some shine in the middle, hidden behind the outside layer of corruption, making him even more determined to still try to save Shigaraki. Even if he's a villain, even if his soul is dark, there is clearly something good still in him, and the bad is just a layer probably made to protect himself in the situation all for one put him in. Endeavor is the opposite though. The inside of his soul seems worse than the outside layer, making him wonder if the fact he's a pro-hero is stopping him from being much worse. Which is why even if their souls were similar in darkness levels, Izuku decided that the villain deserves more help than the so-called hero. Besides, Shigaraki didn't exactly choose this life, while Endeavor was fully aware of his actions this entire time. Well, nice, now he had even more people to save and less time to spend on it. Izuku let out a frustrated huff, quiet enough not to wake up his friend before hitting his head on the couch pillow a few times, trying to let go of the frustration. It didn't help too much though. Only some dust flew up and made him struggle to keep himself from sneezing. Going back to his phone, he linked himself once again to the custom chatting and chess app that he got only to speak to Nezu, as he decided to ask for advice from someone who is smart enough to actually help him out. Taking a deep breath, he prepared for spending way too long on typing out the messages because he can't make a fool of himself in front of the smartest creature in the world, so he must write properly. Unknown, good morning. I apologize for the unusual hour, but I have some information that I have to share. DMN, this always stressed him out no matter what the conversation is even about, every time he had to reread his messages a bunch of times, and even after sending every minute of no response left him worrying about what he had written. Nezu, a fine morning it is. Smiley face. What information do you wish to share, if you don't mind me asking? Oh no, he hasn't actually thought about how to say it. Because how can he even say it? Hello, yes, this hero is bad, so do something about it? Well, it could technically work, but DMN. Well, he has to say something now. Is it really too late to go back in time? For some reason he feels like Nezu would somehow know that he went back in time anyway, which is freaking him out. Okay, he has to come up with some answer. Think. I wanna have some evidence that the number 2 pro-hero Endeavor might be actively harming his family. Unknown, I was wondering if you would be willing to cooperate with me to bring him to justice for the crimes that clearly have been ignored. Nezu interest. If you give me enough evidence, I will see what I can do. Unknown, I will send the file soon. Logging off, he let out a breath he didn't even know he was holding and managed to relax a little. He has no idea why it's always so stressful to speak to Nezu, but there's nothing he can actually do about it anyway. Past, of course, just pretending to be this intelligent person that he's not. One day he might slip up and then everyone will know he's just a liar, and it's just, he doesn't like thinking about it. Even if he feels like it's entirely true. Closing his eyes, Izuku let his phone drop from his hand on the sand. He can always either pick it up later, or if it somehow disappeared he could teleport it back to himself, so why not? The peace and quiet didn't last for too long, as not only his brain refused to let him rest without any depressing thoughts for longer than 5 minutes, and also someone was on the beach. And the person loudly moved the trash around somewhere further away on the beach. Can't Izuku ever catch a break? Opening his eyes, he searched for the source of the sounds, but thanks to the walls of trash he couldn't actually see the person, and also it seemed like they weren't all that close. Izuku just gave himself more sensitive hearing some time ago. So he closed them again, focusing on some random bird that was flying by to use their eyes. Sure, he could, for example, leave his body as a ghost or try to see without actually being there, but he noticed that whenever he does that he gets headaches afterwards if he doesn't focus well enough, and it makes him see things from 20 different angles and it just hurts his brain. He tried many different things during the last week of checking what his powers can do, and it was one of the first things he tried. Bad idea. So hitchhiking bird's eyes is the next best thing. Izuku will just have to apologize to the bird later with some food or something. Forcing the bird to fly towards the noise, he apologized in his mind to the animal once again. Sitting down on top of a pile of trash, he saw definitely not who he wanted to see. Plainji All Might. Oh, and also some teen with red spiky hair who was the one doing most of the noise, moving the trash around. Straining his ears, he tried to listen in on their conversation. Well, currently bird ears. Wait, do birds even have ears? Either way. Not important. What is important is that they wanted to clean the beach. And by that, they would destroy his and Shinso's little hideout. It means that Izuku has to find a different place to hang out with his friend, and also he should probably hide his wings in case All Might sees him and recognizes him as the quirkless kid who bothered him some time ago. Especially considering the fact that All for One exists, what if the hero recognizes him and gets the wrong idea? Now that he thinks about it, making All Might think that he went to the villains to get a quirk and scaring him with it could be slightly funny, or at the very least it would make him see his mistakes or something. It sounds so tempting. As long as Shinso is not near, of course. He would rather not lose a friend because of that. Even if technically true, considering what he's planning to do. Okay, little voice in his head, please shut up. Keeping an eye out for the hero and the teenager, who was most likely All Might's successor, he decided that they are still too close for comfort and that he sadly needs to move if he doesn't want to be discovered. Yeah, there's a chance they won't exactly walk through the beach and instead stay where they are, but it's still a risk either way. Leaving the poor bird alone, Izuku's eyes returned back to his own body, and he looked down at his friend. Shinso looked so tired this morning, most likely not sleeping all night, and now he's napping with such a peaceful expression. Izuku doesn't have the heart to wake him up. It's exactly like having a cat on you, you're legally not allowed to move. But at the same time, he really didn't want to meet All Might and his successor like this. He bit his lip as he tried to think of a way to avoid the hero while also not waking up his insomniac friend. Picking him up and running away sounds like an awful and very embarrassing idea too. So, in the end he was stuck between hiding his wings and accepting this fate or waking Shinso up. Another glance at the purple-haired teen made the decision very clear. Sighing, Izuku made his wings disappear and stared at the sky, stressed out about the distant noises of the trash being removed, metal clanking together, and All Might's booming voice. Sure, they weren't all that close, but Izuku's quirk that he gave himself some time ago, which allowed him to hear things even from far away, alerted him of every move they made. And why would he turn it off if he could just worry about every single noise around him this entire time? Next hour was filled with Izuku using his phone to figure out which area is the best for a new safe space to hang out with his friend while nervously listening to All Might and his successor, making sure that they aren't close enough to see them. For now, it seems like the best idea for a new hangout place is to, well, buy a house. Which technically shouldn't be a problem for Izuku now, thanks to the fact he is quite literally a god and can just magically make a random house be his. But how would he explain it to anyone? Like, his mom for example. Or Shinso. Sure, he could lie to Shinso and say that it's his family house, never saying a word to his mom about it, but then what if his friend wanted to meet his mom? What if he figured out why there are two houses that Izuku technically lives in? Or what if the insomniac told his mom about the house? This is such a risk, he would first need to find a good excuse for that. Next option is just a random abandoned place, but those aren't exactly too safe, per se. Oh, but having a place to hide his stuff in would be very useful. He already has a lot of stuff he has to hide from his mom, like the things he created out of boredom using his god powers. It only makes sense that if he wants to keep it a secret, she shouldn't find all those experiments if she ever decided to clean his room herself. Okay, he might get himself a house. It's just too good of an opportunity to pass up. And he could fully customize the house however he wanted to. He could keep cats in there for Shinso. He could make his own furniture. Really, the only limit is his imagination in this situation. Which makes him feel slightly overwhelmed because how could he get so much power? He doesn't deserve it. Is it selfish that he wants to use the godly powers this way? 2 more hours flew by before the beach was silent once again, which finally let Izuku relax after such a long time of constant worry. Summoning his wings back, he slightly shifted, still ignoring the fact his friend has been sleeping on him for the past 3 hours and not doing anything about it. The insomniac needed the rest, so who cares if Izuku's legs have been numb for hours. Shinso didn't even stir while Izuku changed his position slightly, which only proved the green-haired boy's theory that his friend hasn't slept for days and deserved to rest. During this time, Izuku also might have accidentally bought a house. Of course, he spent 2 hours preparing for it before actually doing it, then the last hour rethinking his life decisions before actually doing it, but that doesn't change the fact that he owns a house now. He owns a house. As a teenager. And not just any house. No, it's one of those more expensive ones in a good neighborhood. An entire house with 7 rooms. Well, if you count things like the bathroom and kitchen as rooms, that is. If you count only bedrooms, then it has only 4. He felt like it was selfish to do that though, but at the same time this house was one of those more expensive ones, that if you were able to afford it then you're probably rich enough to get a different house too. He would feel way worse if he stole some cheap option from tired students barely scraping by who needed them, so yeah, it was only rational to choose an expensive house instead. He also specifically chose the house that was as far as possible from other rich people's homes. Basically, he picked the last possible house on the edge of the neighborhood so as to not make anyone too suspicious if the only person ever leaving it was a teenager. Also, he could easily run off into the city using the back door and instantly disappear into the dark alleys without anyone living near spotting him. So all in all, it was a pretty good deal. That did not stop him from being paranoid though, so he knew that he probably won't really spend much time in this place until he makes sure that he made no mistakes and no one will question him. Nor will they question where the money came from and things like that. Yeah, he's just anxious about actually going there. So he might technically have a house, but the chance that he will go there anytime soon are pretty slim. The moment Shinso actually woke up, Izuku sighed, relieved that he will finally be free and will be able to go and do things. Being stuck in one position for so long made him restless. The insomniac blinked a few times and then yawned, pushing himself up and staring at the green-haired boy. Izuku snorted at his confused expression before speaking. Finally, "I'm free from the overgrown purple cat." Shinso rubbed his left eye a little before responding to that with his usual deadpan expression. "I don't remember falling asleep. How long was I out?" "Around 4 hours and 10 minutes. "Oh." Shinso pushed himself off to the other end of the couch before stretching, satisfied with how he felt his bones pop in response. "So you just left me like that for 4 hours? Then that's gay." Izuku squawked at that, covering his face with his wings. "It's not. It's just platonic cuddling. You know, like bros, best pals, good friends. Besides, you're like a cat when you fall asleep. I couldn't move you because it is illegal." Izuku tried to argue, but he was also embarrassed at how high his voice became. Shinso laughed at that. "Sure." Sitting up, Izuku stretched out his legs before trying to massage them a little to get the blood flow going, as both of his legs felt very much numb after all this time. The 2 boys had been sitting in comfortable silence for some time before the green-haired teen heard his friend sigh quietly. Shinso seemed to be slightly sad about something, although Izuku couldn't really figure out what. The insomniac looked at his phone before typing out a quick message to someone, suddenly irritated. "I have to go before my dad sends out a search party or something. I forgot I never told him where I went." "Don't you usually leave your house pretty often?" Izuku questioned, slightly curious. "Yeah, but I still have to at least send a text message. Now there was radio silence from me for 4 hours. I hope I don't get in trouble for that. Izuku was silent for a minute or two before mumbling out, "I'm sorry." "For what?" Shinso seemed confused at that. "For not waking you up and possibly getting you in trouble?" Izuku was confused too, but for a completely different reason. It was the first time that he wasn't actively blamed for something bad happening, which left him feeling weird. "Don't worry about it, I needed that nap anyway." Typing out another message, Shinso took a few steps away from the couch. "I will get going then, we can hang out another time." "Alright, but there's one last thing." Izuku quickly got up and instantly regretted it as stars danced across his vision from sudden movement after laying down for hours. Well, we can't really keep coming back there." He blinked a few times, letting his vision return to normal slowly. "Why not?" "Oh, there are people cleaning this beach currently. They have left only some time before you woke up, but it might not be too private anymore." Izuku could swear that Shinso turned slightly pink at that while he asked, "Did they see us?" "No. I could only hear them working on the beach and parts of the conversation. Don't worry about it." "Good. What, are you embarrassed?" Izuku tilted his head slightly. And sure, he was embarrassed too, but Shinso embarrassed him way too often, so he enjoyed the fact that for once his friend was the one who wanted to disappear into the sand never to be seen again instead of Izuku as usual. "Shut up." "Oh, you are." "I'm leaving," Shinso stated as he turned around so his back was facing Izuku and started slowly walking away. All right. Izuku shouted behind him, "I will text you a new place if I find some good one." Technically he already had a new hideout, but he still wasn't sure if he could even use it, so it's better to keep quiet for now. Looking back at the sun, which now was covered by a bunch of dark clouds which promised rain sometime in the evening, he decided that there's still a lot of time before night comes. He can deal with a little rain too, and there's no reason for him to go back home yet. Should he go bother Hawks? He really wants to go bother Hawks. And maybe he will. Finding Hawks was actually much easier than it should be. Sure, Izuku might have kinda expected it when he had the ability to quite literally track the hero's location purely by thinking about doing that alone, but that still seemed a bit too easy in his opinion. It was still some time before Hawk's usual patrol hours, so Izuku hoped that the hero wasn't too busy, and of course won't question how in the hell did the teenager even find him. Moving through the city, Izuku kept the mental image of a map at all times with the current location of the hero, wondering for a second if it's not by any chance a bad thing to do before pushing all his doubts down. He already decided he will talk to Hawks, so he will not back down. Even if he might be anxious about that idea, he already made a decision. 5 minutes later Izuku stood in front of a very tall building and started doubting his decision once again. However, the moment he saw some of the shiny red feathers that clearly came from the hero's wings sticking past the edge of the roof, he decided to check it out anyway. Flying up, struggling a surprisingly low amount, he stepped on the edge of the building and saw Hawks in civilian clothing sitting cross-legged, writing something. The moment Izuku stepped onto the roof, however, the hero seemed to instantly be aware that the boy was there. "Hey, what are you doing there, Lil Hummingbird?" Hawks did not look up from the documents, but he still seemed to know who Izuku was from the start. "I went out to look for you." "And how did you find me?" Somehow, Izuku walked closer to the hero before mimicking him, sitting down cross-legged on the roof right next to the winged man. "You know we don't have a training session today," Hawks stated in this weirdly too professional, at least for this situation way, which made Izuku uneasy and made him regret coming here in the first place. Clearly the hero is busy, isn't he? Why did Izuku even think that Hawks wanted to talk to him in the first place? Stupid. "I know Dash." "Then, do you need anything?" The hero smiled, probably just trying to be nice. "Not much. Just check in on you." "Huh." Hawks finished writing whatever he was writing before putting it in a bag that Izuku didn't notice before and instantly became curious about. It was one of those bags that went over one shoulder and behind the neck, and the green-haired boy has suddenly realized how much it makes sense. Hawks has wings, therefore this definitely makes much more sense than a backpack. Actually, it's a funny thing, but Izuku had that problem before that he wanted to keep his backpack on, then came the wings problem which annoyed him and made it impossible. And he just never realized that there was such an easy solution to his problem. He really is stupid, isn't he? A pat on the shoulder pulled the teen out of his thoughts, and he noticed that the hero stood up sometime during the time the boy silently freaked out over new possibilities of not having to hide his wings most of the time. "You still there?" Hawks asked, smiling at Izuku, who looked up and blinked confused. "Oh, yes, sorry." "Come on then." The hero took a few steps towards the edge and Izuku scrambled to get up in time. "Wait, I don't know. I'm not the best at flying yet dash." "Well, you made great progress lately, and you got up there with no problems. Don't tell me you can't." The hero had this mischievous smile on his face that only made the green-haired boy anxious about whatever he planned. This never ended well, as usually Hawks looked like this when he planned some new exercise that usually Izuku was not prepared for and made him almost break his wings a bunch of times. Well, not really, but it really felt as if he was going to lose them during those exercises. Hesitantly, he took a few steps towards the hero, who smiled even wider before throwing a quick, "Great, try to keep up now," before disappearing high in the sky with barely one beat of his wings. Before Izuku could blink, the hero was already far away, and the green-haired boy knew for sure he won't be able to follow him normally like that. So in panic he activated one of his powers, which made his brain work faster, slowing down the world around him as he pushed himself up into the air and tried to follow the hero. Which was insanely hard considering his ability to fly wasn't the best, and he also constantly kept being terrified of the idea of someone seeing him and calling the police or whatever for illegal quirk usage. He has a different form to get arrested for stuff like that. His main one should be safe. Why does Hawks make him do that? In the meantime, the hero in question made him fly through the entire city with a bunch of wild turns, sudden drops, and in general seemed to try to get Izuku to lose sight of him, but the boy knew his exact location at all times, thanks to his godly senses. If he didn't have those, he would have gotten lost right at the start. Besides, this game is unfair anyway, so who cares if he cheats a little? The more time has passed of him trying to follow Hawks while his wings still very much didn't want to cooperate, the easier it seemed to keep himself in the air. At first he had to land pretty often and run on top of some buildings, jumping from rooftop to rooftop any chance he had because his wings decided to betray him, but only an hour later he could pretty much not only keep himself flying but also keep the speed without using his legs. His wings also seemed to wobble much less, so maybe there was something good coming out of that little chase. Another hour has passed before he finally stopped, giving up on chasing the hero and instead sitting down on top of some really high skyscraper, already tired and a little bit annoyed. Why would Hawks even make him do that? It makes no sense. He had too little training to actually catch up without using his god powers and making it suspicious. And even then, he still had to use at least some of them to barely keep up for as long as he did. 5 minutes later the mystery was solved as the hero joined him on the roof, smiling with that smug expression like always, although he seemed at least slightly proud now. Or maybe it was just Izuku imagining things. "Not bad, lil hummingbird. WH. What was that even? Why would you? What was that about?" Izuku said, trying to still be polite while asking why the hell did they just fly across the entire goddamn city. And the fact that his brain came up with a more rude way to ask that first only shows that he probably should stop hanging out with Shinso so much. DMN, his friend's sarcastic behavior is rubbing off on him a lot, isn't it? Maybe he needs to do something about that. Oh, you know, I thought you were smarter than that and figured it out by now. But anyway, since you asked so nicely, I will tell you. I knew you wouldn't be able to keep up or catch me, but I wanted to check how determined you are and when would you give up. Hawks took a few steps towards him before sitting down next to him, patting him on the shoulder. "Congrats, kid, you're more persistent and faster than I thought." Suddenly it all made much more sense, and Izuku was left feeling conflicted about the entire thing, but at the same time his mood became lighter than ever. He took what the hero has said as a compliment, even if it might not fully sound like one, and he will treasure it forever. He might even remind himself of this memory every time he's feeling down like the little hero fanboy he is. I thought that we weren't supposed to have training today?" "Yeah, but I can always make some time for my favorite little hummingbird. Besides, I was working anyway." Hawks said as he patted his bag, which made Izuku remember the documents the hero was writing before the teenager decided to bother him. No way that the hero was able to actually write things while flying? But that technically made more sense, as this could explain why he was slower than usual and Izuku was able to keep up at all. Other than that, the nickname made Izuku chuckle quietly, because Hawks is not the first one to use the nickname Hummingbird, which is kind of funny considering everyone who uses it started doing so all on their own, most likely, without knowing each other in any way. Is he really that similar to a hummingbird? But honestly, it fits him, so the green-haired boy won't actually argue. Now, aren't you hungry? How about we get some chicken? I'm starving there. Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but Hawks already booped him on the nose and easily stopped him from saying anything as he continued, "You made me fly so much during my free time, so you cannot argue." You were the one to make me fly across the city for no reason. I had a great reason. Now come, I know a great place that serves amazing fried chicken. I'll pay. It's a great deal, isn't it? Alright. That was enough for Hawks to already be up in the air before Izuku even finished saying that word. That man is fast. And while it's a good thing for a hero, it can be frustrating because most of the time he's either done or already doing something different by the time Izuku is able to respond. Cool. In seconds the hero had his phone in his hand, typing something quickly. Here you have the address, see ya there. And just like that he was already gone. Izuku jumped up instantly, spreading out his wings to follow the hero. He didn't even have to check the location to know that it was an and a half hour of flight away at best. After all, he was around 2 hours away from where they met, which is pretty far. Thank God, funny, for the fact he has a map basically installed in his mind at all times as he doesn't have to fear getting lost. But he couldn't really be annoyed at the hero for too long for doing all that if he needs to be honest. After all, it might help him with his flying in the long run. The moment he was ready to get up in the air, he noticed something sticking out of his hoodie pocket. A red feather. Possibly this was how Hawks kept a good distance between them without going too far too fast, and this was exactly how he found him the moment the teenager decided to give up. He actually used that to pick the speed of flight. Which means he kept a distance between them short enough for Izuku to see him while also leaving him frustrated and almost lose him at all times, but he could easily just fly away. So the teenager doesn't really know if he's happy about it or sad that he would most likely never be able to keep up in a normal race. Well, yeah, he knew that, but it was still slightly sad. But it's only another reason to get better soon, right? Izuku let go of the feather and let it slowly drift down before checking if there are any other ones on him that he might have not noticed before. Then he got hit by an idea which left him smiling mischievously. He already had a plan on how to get back on the overgrown red chicken for that entire unprepared training session. Blame it on hanging out with Shinso basically every day, but he got so petty. Time to do a little bit of trickery now. Barely half an hour later he was already sitting in the comfy chair of the place that Hawks sent him the address to, with his wings neatly tucked in behind his back not to annoy anyone if they wished to sit around him. Although, this place seemed somewhat empty, so he understood why Hawks might like coming there. The couches also were made with people with mutation quirks in mind, so that was a place perfect for people with wings or tails to sit comfortably and not bother anyone. That didn't make him any less paranoid about bothering people though. 10 more minutes passed with Izuku nervously sitting in the building that he had started doubting was the correct one before Hawks walked through the door, surprised at the fact that the green-haired boy got there so quickly. His bag also seemed to be much emptier, which made Izuku wonder what he did during those 40 minutes of time between their last meeting, as it was clear he did not spend all that time just flying to this place alone. At least seeing the hero was enough for most of Izuku's worries of, should I even be there? And what if it's the wrong place to melt? The moment Hawks walked up to him, the teenager could tell that he was surprised, although he had a perfectly trained smile on this entire time. Izuku could see it was partly fake though. How did you get there so quick? A secret, Izuku said nervously, but thankfully Hawks did not press for answers. Instead, the hero laughed. Have you ordered anything? Not really. Come on then. I'm starving. The hero said dramatically before going over to order something, while Izuku wondered how come the hero is not bothered by literally anyone. Sure, there weren't too many people in there, but how is it possible that not even one person out of them all is a fan? When the hero went back to sit next to Izuku waiting for his fried chicken, the teenager was able to ask the question that was stuck in his head this entire time. But, how is no one really bothering you there? I mean, you're pretty popular, he spoke quietly. Well, this place ain't popular either, so new people rarely come here and all of them are regulars. They know I come here every so often so they don't bother me that much anymore, already having a lot of photos and all that stuff. Oh, Izuku whispered as he sat there awkwardly, not sure what to do with himself. In the meantime, Hawks kept tapping his finger on the wooden table, which gave the green-haired teenager something else to focus on than his overthinking brain. After a few minutes, the hero stopped doing that, finally deciding to talk. You don't mind chicken nuggets, do ya? No, not really, I don't think. Don't mind. I'm all right with them, I think. I can get you something else to know. You don't need to agree with me just because I'm a hero, you know. No, it's not like that. I'm just anxious a little. Don't you worry, lil hummingbird, I shall protect the tiny being. Hawks grinned as Izuku wished he could just disappear. I'm not that small, he mumbled out, embarrassed. And for a second he could swear that the hero's grin was almost malicious, as if he was plotting something to make him embarrassed or something, but thankfully he was saved by the chicken nuggets being ready. The rest of the meeting was spent with Hawks acting way too friendly while Izuku had no idea what to do with himself. He barely even touched his food, constantly thinking about how Hawks acts almost as if he considers him a younger sibling of sorts, which made him feel weird. This definitely is a way that he could only explain as a sibling relationship or a very close friendship, which it definitely isn't. So Hawks must have some kinda instinct that makes him consider people with wings as family or sorts or something, maybe? Is that even a possibility? Is it even because they both have wings, or is there some different reason there? At the end of their little meeting, Hawks asked him if he wanted to hang out more often, while saying that of course it's okay if he's busy and wants to only train together and that's it, and that he just thought that getting to know each other past just the gym they are stuck at could be fun. But Izuku's mind went blank basically at the beginning of the sentence anyway. A hero wants to hang out with him without actually training? But he's not interesting, nor strong, and sure their quirks are similar, but that doesn't really mean anything. Does the hero think he's worthy of that? But he agreed, of course, too stressed out to decline. He could only hope that it won't end up too badly and that the training sessions won't stop. Thankfully, as he was walking towards the door, Hawks called out to him one last time. I remember training tomorrow. At which Izuku nodded, suddenly gaining back some of his previous determination once again before leaving the building. Good thing that at least he will be able to continue training as normal. And he can only hope Hawks won't hate him after they start meeting up more. He shouldn't waste his time, something whispered at the back of Izuku's mind, but he tried to ignore it as best as he could. The hero seems to imagine him as some sort of a sibling in a way, or at least this is how Izuku can see it. And he just hopes so damn much he won't disappoint him. During his nightly activities, Izuku had a lot of luck with heroes, or more like the absolute lack of them in the area he patrolled. He finally got caught by a hero during his vigilantism around 2 weeks after changing the usual route and finding a new spot to hide his stuff in. Which means that for 2 entire weeks basically no one noticed the lizard figure running over the rooftops illegally fighting crime. Or maybe they noticed but couldn't actually do anything because he was too fast and his route was not entirely planned. He ran around the same areas, but always picked a different path, following his senses more than a map. He also spent most of his time hacking to get information about some more organized crime, of course by hand because this way it was more believable how he got it, and then went to certain places to take photos so police had more evidence to arrest certain people. It made him spend a lot of time typing away on the computer, so of course he talked with Nezu as well. Sadly, the mammal couldn't help him out with the Endeavor case without a good reason to try, as the reputation of UA could be destroyed if the principal was seen filing a case against the number 2 hero, and it was simply not worth it, in the eyes of the creature, if the so-called unknown could do so much alone. Another reason why the rat didn't want to help was that it would make the society unstable or something, which is an awful argument in Izuku's eyes. So basically he was left alone with figuring out how to stop Endeavor from abusing his family without yeeting him into the sun with his god powers because the rat decided that he can't trust him. Which, fair, but still made Izuku angry as he had to figure out a new way to save the Todoroki family. During those 2 weeks he also became closer with Hawks, who was way too friendly, and it made Izuku wonder if it's some sort of a trick. The boy has no idea why would the hero try to trick him into trusting him so much, but he just can't think of any other reason why Hawks out of all people would want to hang out outside of just training him. Although, all things considered, it is way easier texting the hero than talking to him, so Izuku started doing it much more often, so that is also another reason why their relationship might be improving. All in all, those 2 weeks were very productive as always, and he slept exactly 0 hours during this entire time. But back to the current moment, it was 5 in the morning and Izuku was currently getting ready to stop the last criminal group and go home to continue vigilantism on his computer, just so his mom won't notice he's gone. Sadly, he was not able to do just as he planned, as he has been spotted by an underground hero before getting anywhere. Gray scarf has curled around Izuku's leg just as he's been running towards the edge of the building, ready to scale it down and continue his job down there, effectively stopping him as he tripped on it. Thankfully he managed to keep his balance, but then just a moment later he was tangled in the weird material and a hero stared at him from behind some weird yellow goggles. And it was the same DMN hero that stopped him the first time when he went out to run around. "What do you want, Dash?" Izuku said, already kind of frustrated because now he's gonna waste more time on talking to the hero, who he now knows is named Eraserhead and is probably gonna be a nightmare to keep a conversation with. "I should have expected that something was off about you when I first met you. Do your legal guardians know what you're doing? Why the F? Do you even care? People say that you don't arrest vigilantes. Every underground hero website said you work with them." Dash, he started going off some bullshit because yeah, technically the underground hero websites do say that Eraserhead works with vigilantes. So why is Izuku currently in this situation? "I might ignore them if they are adults. You are a child. Therefore I have to bring you in custody and contact your legal guardians before you get hurt. Try again in a few years if you want, brat. Good luck. They probably haven't even noticed yet that I left a few weeks ago, but sure go off I guess," Izuku said, doing his best to get in the persona he created as he moved his tail slightly, making purple spikes grow at the end of it, sharp enough to cut through the fabric. Well, technically they weren't exactly growing, as most of the time they were just hidden inside the scales and laying flat, but it looks like they are. He picked it working this way especially so he could still use them even if he had quirk suppressants on him or something like that. That is another reason why you're arrested. The hero seemed irritated and tired, which, honestly, arrested for not putting up with their bullshit? Eraserhead did not answer that as he tried dragging Izuku towards him, but the currently lizard boy had spikes suddenly shoot off from his arms and back, and along with the quick help of the tail soon enough the entire capture weapon was in shreds. Which seemed to piss us off the hero as Izuku quickly started running away, not wanting to stay any longer than necessary. Jumping onto the fence that was on the edge of the roof, he looked back and mockingly saluted, yelling out a quick, "See ya," to the frustrated hero who still tried to follow him before jumping off. His fall didn't last more than 20 seconds before he grabbed onto the side of the building. He quickly sank his claws into the wall, then ran down on all fours, acting as if gravity didn't exist while all the hero could do in this situation was watch him. There wasn't even any good place to get off that roof quickly, and Eraserhead doubted that he could actually make the lizard vigilante cooperate with him without the capture weapon, so all he could do was stare. He did wonder though how in the hell did this teenager's spikes manage to cut through the fabric that was meant to be nearly indestructible. This shouldn't be possible. Even most knives can't cut through that. In the meantime Izuku bounced back onto the ground again and took off running into the labyrinth of alleys, quickly losing the hero who didn't even try to follow him. At least this encounter was better than the last one, but what Eraserhead has said made Izuku frustrated. How did the hero remember him? And apparently he remembered enough to know that he is a teenager, and the way he reacted means that this is kind of an encounter probably gonna happen more often. And other heroes would probably be more willing to catch him as well if he is a teenager. Then, why didn't he make his new body be older? Sure, mentally he's still 14, But everything would be so much easier if people just treated him like an adult. But no, he went with the same age as his original body, because of course he would feel weird if he was older and now he just has to deal with that. Fun. After around half an hour of running around making sure that he is not being followed, he decided that there's not much left to do around this hour. So, he searched for a secure location where no one could see him before teleporting back home. Switching his body back to its original state now felt barely like changing a shirt, so he was pretty quickly back to how he normally looked like. His wings stretched out behind him as he yawned, mentally exhausted but not willing to give himself a break because there are still people who need help. The best he could do is give his body more energy, which he did, but it did not change at all how much he wished he could just lay down and fall into a coma. Not having to think about anything sounds like a dream. Out of all the things he thought he would miss after changing his lifestyle, he never expected sleep to be the thing that he wants the most. But he is not supposed to sleep. If he has the opportunity to work all the time, then he should. So all that he did was just stare lovingly at his bed and pillows, which haven't been touched in 2 weeks, for about 5 minutes, trying to convince himself that he doesn't need that. Turning on his computer, he started working on his usual vigilante stuff once again, by hacking into city cameras and getting evidence against a lot of criminals from the safety of his home. His internet persona was already known by the police force and heroes under the name Unknown, which came just from him simply forgetting to set himself a nickname before sending things. Because he usually used his god powers to make sure that all information that could help identify him got sent out as Unknown. He never really thought about giving himself an actual vigilante name. Sure, he knew that technically he should, and that one day he would need to do that or else people will pick a name for him, but he never thought that his internet persona might have enough impact to actually call him anything. That left him to wonder, should he use the same name for when he goes out as a lizard vigilante? After all, both the internet persona and the lizard persona are just so should he connect those two? That is definitely something Izuku has to look into in the future, but currently he's gonna just continue doing what he has been doing this entire time, which consists of him wasting his time getting rid of criminals until it's time to go out. After all, his friend invited him to come over later in the day to meet all his cats, and parents probably too, but Izuku's more excited about the cats. Apparently Shinso has a lot of cats, and while he did show photos of them whenever the green-haired boy asked about them, he wanted to actually pet them, which made him once again want to make himself a dragon pet. It would be cool to keep one, and he can create it so easily, but how could he explain it? Oh wait, he could create himself a robot dragon. This way he wouldn't have to constantly explain where the hell did he get this weird creature that probably shouldn't exist. Instead, people would ask him where he got the robot, but he can always just say he built it himself and hope that the conversation ends there. Pushing himself away from his desk, he looked around the room before grabbing the notebook. It's not like there was much to do anyway, as with how many criminals got arrested by him in past weeks, it shouldn't hurt too much to stop working for an hour or two. In the morning, criminals didn't go out as much anyway as they do during the night. So he gave himself better ability to draw, as he knew it would all look wobbly if he made the mistake of trusting his own skills and started sketching in a brand new, clean notebook. The alarm on his phone rang after he finished sketching a design for robot number 30, and he got startled by it, as he set himself an alarm to make sure he's prepared for the day on time. Somehow he spent 6 hours sketching without taking his eyes off the paper to realize that it's so late. Now it was morning already and he could smell his mother making breakfast downstairs. Going to grab some food quickly, he ended up back in his room barely 10 minutes later, sending Shinso a few messages in the meantime before flipping the notebook a few pages back. It might be a weird thing to do, but no one can stop him at this point and he has terrible self-control, but he already decided that he will give his friend a cat robot the moment he got the idea, because why wouldn't he? His friend likes cats. Izuku can create everything out of thin air in seconds. It only makes sense he would give him such gifts. But maybe a personal robot is slightly too much? Nope. It is not too much if you can create literally anything. He really wants to see his friend's reaction to getting a robotic cat, and he already planned it all out, so why wouldn't he give it to him? The cat in itself looks mostly like a normal cat, just with a slightly bigger head and slightly more cartoon-like. It is meant to be made out of white metal plates on the outside and have a pair of purple mechanical wings. The eyes are made out of small cameras, and the entire inside was planned out by Izuku's powers, calculating it instead of him making it on his own. But it's the thought that counts, right? He made sure to give it a lot of cool functions, a complicated AI that makes the cat act as if it's alive and can actually think and stuff, and also the ability to change into a bracelet so he could take it everywhere without having to carry around a cat-sized chunk of metal. Some of the functions were flying, talking, imitating a cat, sending messages if asked, finding out information about people, recording things, and it also had a small space to carry things in, which was kinda a pocket dimension. Izuku scienced some way to explain it if needed as a quirk-affected material that allowed him to compress things much smaller than needed, but honestly it was just a small pocket dimension that could probably hold in an entire building in it if the opening wasn't that small. But Shinso will never know if he keeps using it for just a few small things only, right? It also had an attack mode that can be turned on in case he's in trouble, because you can't really be mad at Izuku for being worried for his friend and wanting to make sure that he's always safe. The cat had strong claws it could take out whenever needed, it could breathe, fire, as well as can open the tip of its tail to take out a small needle that would paralyze for an hour or two anyone who got stabbed by it. All in all, very useful. It also is coded so it would follow Shinso's directions always, and also Izuku's ones technically too. But because it had a mind of its own, it could also technically do what other people ask as long as it wants to. When Izuku created the cat, he stared at the thing sitting on his table for a good half an hour having self-doubts again. It's one thing giving his friend a random cat robot because the friend likes cats. It's a completely different thing when the robot looks this expensive. But Izuku just can't help but worry about Shinso and just wants him to be safe, especially considering how often the purple-haired insomniac goes out on a walk sleep-deprived at night for no other reason than why not. A protective robot like this could save him from any possible villains in case they attacked him by just paralyzing them, or it could alert heroes in case that wasn't possible. There's literally no reason not to give it to his friend. Of course, past it being kinda weird, Izuku isn't really known for being rich. Where would he get that? He already created it. He will not back down anymore. Scratching the cat robot under the chin was the way to turn it on, so Izuku did so and watched as the black eyes opened. The tail instantly started swishing around as the cat tilted its head, staring at him. Quietly, Izuku could hear really soft thrumming of a ventilator, but it was quiet enough that it shouldn't be a problem. Please submit a name. The cat spoke in a robotic voice that sounded semi-female, but no one could really be sure at that point, considering the fact that it is way more robot than human. What? He had no idea how to call the cat. And he hasn't thought of a name. Welp, it looks like he couldn't surprise his friend as he pulled out his phone, texting Shinso. Burb noises, I made you a cat robot and I wanted to keep it a secret to surprise you, but I have to give it a permanent name and I have no idea how to name it. Low on energy what? Low on energy, why would you do that? Burb noises, because it needs a name? Low on energy, no, I mean why would you make me a robot? Burb noises, because you go out at night all the time and I want someone to drag you home in case you pass out in a ditch or something. Low on energy, I don't do that. Burb noises, yes you do. Low on energy, fine. Low on energy, how much money did you spend on it? Burb noises, not too much, most parts got dragged out of the trash. Low on energy, name it dog. Burb noises, are you aware that you won't be able to change the name later? Low on energy, fine. Low on energy, gimme a sec. A response came after a few more minutes of silence, during which Izuku thought about what else to add to the cat. Low on energy, is the cat white? Burb noises, yeah. Low on energy, name it Snowball. Burb noises, that's pretty basic though. Low on energy, yeah, but am too lazy to come up with a better name. Burb noises, finey. Burb noises, if you regret it later, that's on you. Burb noises, when I come over later I will give the cat to you because it is done now, but first a few more tests. Burb noises, I hope it won't explode. Turning off the phone, he looked back at the cat, which didn't move at all this entire time. Your name is Snowball now. Request accepted. The robot's head went back in place as it got up, walking around the table quietly analyzing the room. It moved as if it was alive, and the only thing that distinguished it from a normal cat was the fact that instead of soft fur it was made out of metal. Izuku decided to try out some options now. Snowball. Test motor functions. Request accepted. The cat turned still for a second before stretching out its soft lavender wings. Then, it jumped off the table and glided through the air before sticking to the wall and walking up the wall as if gravity didn't exist. When it finally got close to the ceiling, it jumped off, this time with both wings closed. It landed gracefully before running in circles for a bit before jumping back on the table. Motor functions correct. Can you turn on AI mode? Request accepted, it said before laying down and closing its eyes like a normal cat. Pet me, the cat said, and it made Izuku wonder if it can actually even feel the touch. He did pet it anyway. Where is my owner? I will take you to him soon, don't worry. Now turn on the bracelet mode, he spoke to the cat and it instantly compacted itself into a nice metal bracelet, which Izuku quickly picked up and put on his arm. No going back now. Izuku changed his clothes to something better than the mess he's usually wearing when at home, because if he's going to meet the parents of his best friend, he can't look like he's been dragged out of the trash, and then typed out another message to Shinso that he's ready to meet up and steal the cats. Shinso threatened to put glitter in his coffee if he does that, but jokes on him, that doesn't affect him at all. He might just be shiny on the inside. Saying a quick, "I will be back later," to his mom, Izuku made his way out the house, going to the place where he and his friend were supposed to meet, constantly rubbing his arm around the bracelet. He already started to partly regret that because explaining that is going to be so hard. A few minutes later, Shinso appeared in the park that they picked to meet up in, looking extremely tired as per usual. Hey, you ready to get buried under cats? The purple-haired boy said the moment he got close enough, and Izuku gave him a smile and nodded. Follow me then, the insomniac said, turning around and walking in the direction he came from. Izuku scrambled to follow him. As he changed directions quickly enough, the winged boy's mind didn't fully register it too soon. Just saying, one of my dads can seem a little intimidating. He's a big softy though, so don't worry. Oh, it's alright I guess? Izuku was slightly confused but just accepted that sentence as they continued walking. After a few more minutes, Shinso looked back at him and one of his brows raised. Didn't you say something about a robo-cat before? Why, I did. It's a surprise for later though, Izuku answered, thinking about how nice it would be to just turn back in time and decide not to do something weird like this, which he technically could do but he doesn't really want to try because it's a scary thought. Then, is the only thing Shinso said, and then for the rest of the journey they both were pretty much quiet. That is, until they finally reached their destination, which is the moment Shinso spoke up again. If you plan to be an idiot in front of my parents, let me record it, K. Izuku snorted at that and Shinso gave him a tired smile before walking towards the door of the apartment that he lives in. The moment they entered they both got swarmed by cats, which surprised Izuku enough that he put his wings up so they wouldn't scratch them, suddenly self-conscious about the fact that he's kinda a bird. One of the cats, an orange fat tabby, tried to still reach for the feathers, which made Izuku put the wings even higher, accidentally bumping into a coat hanger and almost making it fall down. He got it in time, though, but that allowed the cat to latch onto his wing, making him yelp and jump away, bumping into the wall with a loud thud, barely keeping himself upright. He hissed at the cat, holding his wing close and hugging it as the smug biggie of a cat held a few shiny green feathers in its mouth like a trophy. In the meantime, Shinso could barely contain his laughter at Izuku's misfortune. The entire situation was hilarious to him, but Izuku couldn't help but feel betrayed. One of Shinso's parents then walked out into the small hallway in which both boys were standing and looked at them, slightly concerned. Is everything okay? The man asked, and Izuku's eyes widened as he stared at him, before playfully hitting Shinso with his wing in the face, who seemed not affected at all by the feathers in his eyes. It's very clear they do it quite often. Why didn't you tell me your dad is present, Mike? I dunno, never came up. Shinso. The insomniac in question laughed again before picking up the tabby cat, who still had the green feathers in his mouth, and holding it close. Present Mike chuckled at them bickering like this as he started talking. Wow, I'm surprised you recognize me like this, lil listener. Izuku basically had stars in his eyes as Shinso decided to destroy his moment of fanboying by dragging him entirely inside. Come on, let's go. They were followed by 2 more cats that thankfully didn't make an assassination attempt on Izuku's wings like the lil BSTRD orange tabby did. I gotta introduce you to the rest of them, Shinso said, making him follow. Izuku was a little bit disappointed he cannot talk to present Mike anymore, but he guessed that the hero must be busy even now or something and he probably shouldn't bother him. In the meantime, the hero in question smiled at them and then went to another room. Will they try to eat me like the tabby BSTRD did? How did you know his name? Shinso looked at Izuku, grinning. He looks like it. Shinso chuckled before shaking his head. They shouldn't. But I would love to see it. How dare you? Izuku fake gasped dramatically, staring at him feeling betrayed. Not gonna lie, it's funny, Shinso chuckled before opening the door to his room, letting the cats in first. Suddenly around 5 or 6 cats swarmed around Shinso's feet, asking for attention, which made it impossible to get inside the room without stepping on them, and the purple-haired boy seemed too focused on saying hello to all of them to take them away. In the meantime, Izuku looked around the house, waiting for the traffic around Shinso to get better. The house was pretty basic, it had nice blue walls, furniture looked pretty basic, and the only things catching his attention were cat-related. Like the giant cat tree stuck to one of the walls that looks like it cost a fortune. Connecting to the living room there was an open kitchen, and Izuku instantly froze the moment he saw the same hero that tried to arrest him the night before standing with his back to the wall, drinking what was most likely coffee from a cat paw-shaped mug and staring right at him. Izuku recovered pretty quickly, but he still felt anxiety creeping up on him, not wanting to deal with the hero any more than necessary. Sure, there was literally no way the hero would recognize him. He quite literally uses a different body while out being a vigilante, but still. Shinso now took care of the cats by giving them all treats so they would stop swarming him, and if he does that every time then that's probably the main reason they do that in the first place, and now he's watching Izuku's reaction to his other parent. The winged boy looked back at him then and said quietly, "Why didn't you tell me that both of your parents are pro-heroes?" Shinso snorted at that, throwing a quick, "Why would I?" before walking into his room, with the army of cats still following him, and Izuku looked one last time at the hero in the kitchen before disappearing behind the door too, relaxing slightly now that he isn't being watched anymore. Shinso sat down on the bed and patted the place next to him to show the green-haired boy that he can sit down too, but quickly the bed was filled with cats taking all the space, making him shrug and grin a little. "Your cats are very rude dash. First come first serve." Izuku huffed before picking up one of the cats and sitting in its place, and the cat very quickly snuggled up to him as if he isn't just a random stranger that entered their house and stole their warm spot. Izuku ran his fingers through the cat's black fur, enjoying the company of the little feline when he heard Shinso suddenly speak up next to him, making him jump up a little in surprise as he was too focused on the cat to notice the other boy being this close. "You're going to jail," Shinso whispered before laughing a little at Izuku's deer-in-headlights expression. "Was? You moved a cat from a nap spot. Illegal. Jail for you." "And no?" Izuku stared at him, confused for a while before the other boy sighed and moved over to the edge of the bed so he could present all the cats properly. "Alright, so you already met BSRD Shinso." Pointed at the tabby he put down on the bed just a few minutes ago, who was now very busy trying to chew the green feathers he stole from Izuku. Then the insomniac pointed at the entirely black cat that was currently sitting on the winged boy's lap and said, "This is Night Scratcher. Edgy. Her entire being is edgy by nature. I'm pretty sure she's an evil spirit in the body of a cat." Izuku snorted at that, staring at the fluffy cat currently snuggling him with her belly up, looking very comfortable and non-threatening. "I beg to differ. You will understand one day when you lose a hand," Shinso sighed, picking up a sand-colored and holding it like the monkey holding a lion from a Disney movie. Then he spoke up in this artificially deepened, serious voice, one word. "Simba." Izuku immediately burst out laughing at that startling Night Scratcher who seemed annoyed at him because of it and showing her disapproval of this by jumping off his lap. "Why are you laughing at your new king?" Shinso kept up the weird voice, and it only made Izuku wheeze harder. The insomniac grinned, putting down the young cat who immediately walked over to the laughing teen to sniff him. "Next cat is Coffee," Shinso said when Izuku finally calmed down a bit, this time back in his normal voice. Then he pointed at the half-black half-white cat with yellow eyes staring at them from a safe distance. Here's also Rat, be careful with her because she bites and will definitely steal your socks the moment you aren't looking. A gray cat without an ear and with a chunk of hair missing from her tail was currently sleeping next to them, seemingly unbothered about the wish she got described. And the last one is Marshmallow. She would sell her soul for treats. A calico cat meowed hearing her name, jumping at Shinso and getting comfortable sitting on his lap, purring loudly. That's a lot of cats. Yeah. How do you take care of them all? Barely. I feel like I sold my soul to Satan to be able to keep them from eating me in my sleep, Shinso chuckled, while Izuku moved to pet every single one of the cats. Past BSTRD, of course. That lil sheet is still eating his feathers, which Izuku does not approve of. After a few minutes of just sitting in the room and petting the cats in silence, Shinso finally spoke up. Yo, so what's up with the cat robot you've been talking about before? Oh, alright, yeah, I forgot dash. Suddenly Izuku's anxiety came back full force, telling him that it's a weird kind of gift but there was no going back now. So he pushed a button on the metal bracelet he wore and it clicked softly, quickly changing shape before falling off his arm, switching into a cat midair and landing gracefully on the floor. Shinso in the meantime stared at this in disbelief as the robot sat down, analyzing the room. Excuse me, but what the F? Shinso breathed out, scooting over closer towards the cat, holding out his hand almost as if wanting to touch it but not sure if he could. I'm sorry if it's weird, I felt like you would want it? I have been working on it for quite some time and it kinda reminded me of you and… Izuku started rambling about the entire robot thing while Shinso still stared at the cat. What can it do? It made Izuku snap out of his mumbling, as now he had something better to focus on. It can keep you company, and also can talk to you? Their name is now Snowball and they should answer your questions, also have access to the internet and can call anyone if you ever lose your phone and well. I might or might not put some paralyzing liquid in their tail so it could stab anyone who gives you trouble with a needle and paralyze them dash. Izuku's voice grew quieter with each word, while Shinso had literally no reaction to that past disbelief. Why would you? Isn't it a little bit too much? It's really not? I mean, I don't know, but I worry about you a lot and you go out at night so often so I want you to be safe. Can I touch it? Why, I guess. Shinso put his hand on the head of the robotic cat, feeling the smooth metal under his fingers as all the real cats stared at it with disapproval. Snowball in the meantime moved its tail back and forth before asking, any commands? Izuku decided that his friend is probably too busy silently freaking out to actually hear him explain anything, so he just said, Snowball, turn on AI mode. The cat then shook its head before getting up and stretching as Shinso took away his hand. Next few minutes were spent by the insomniac staring at the cat robot interacting with the actual cats as Izuku was slightly dying in the background, filled with anxiety because of the silence. When Shinso finally spoke up, he barely just asked why. Why what? Why would you give something like this to me? I just wanted to. Shinso sighed but smiled at that, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. I don't have anything to give you for that dash. It's all right, I don't expect you to give me anything. It's fine really, now give me your hand. Shinso got confused for a second but did follow the instruction, and then Izuku commanded the robot cat to turn back into a bracelet and quickly put it on his friend's arm. Does that mean we are married now? Shinso asked, grinning as he stared at the bracelet. No. Izuku quickly moved away as the insomniac started laughing at that, which caused Izuku to crack a smile too. Divorce so soon, how dare you? I didn't even dash. The betrayal. Shinso laid down with one hand over his heart and another one over his face in a very dramatic way, which caused both of them to start laughing at that, and Izuku's anxiety slowly melted away. That went better than he expected. At least now he knows his friend isn't weirded out that much if he's cracking jokes like this. Maybe it will all be alright. So, can Snowball quote memes? Shinso asked after a while, fiddling with the metal bracelet. Definitely. Can I configure it to talk only using puns and dad jokes then? Oh god, why would you do this dash? Izuku said, before blinking a few times realizing what he's just said. If he's a god, then does that mean he shouldn't say that? Well, he doesn't entirely care about that, so maybe he can still use it, right? Unaware of his internal struggle, Shinso grinned, picking up his phone and probably searching up puns on the internet. Why would I need a robotic cat if I can't make it talk in puns? For protection? Just so you know, dad jokes are actually a very powerful weapon. Izuku snorted at this but didn't disagree, instead mindlessly petting Night Scratcher, who sat on his lap again. You can just use a command to configure it by saying the name Snowball and then a command. Hell yeah. Let's torment my dads with the robo-cat, Shinso said, poking around the bracelet until the bracelet opened and turned back into a cat. Why? Izuku asked, really not looking forward to staying in the same room as Eraserhead, even if technically the man has no way of knowing the boy is also the lizard vigilante he dealt with barely a few hours earlier. Why not? It will be fun. Izuku looked nervous at the idea, but he sighed and eventually agreed after a bit of arguing. If it made his friend happy, then he can deal with sitting in the same room as the underground hero. He can only hope that he won't make an idiot out of himself and expose his secrets in any stupid way. Sure, there's no easy way to mess this up, but no one should underestimate his stupidity. Either way, he is still willing to do that. If only for Shinso. Hello there. Some people might remember this FIC, some might not, but I decided to finally make a bit of an update instead of leaving it dead with no message out, Basically, it's been over a year and a half since I updated this, and I have learned a lot since I started writing fanfics, which means all my older fics are now really bad in comparison to newer ones. And while I was willing to completely remake, edit, alter whole story of Umbra Voice, as it is by far my best and most loved story, I don't think I can put myself through the struggle of trying to edit and alter whole 50k words of this particular story. Rewriting entirely editing one story was enough. I don't think I can do it for two. And without proper editing? This story is a mess. Plot? Terrible and messy, barely hanging together. Writing? Awful. How could anyone even want to read this mess? Grammar? The hell was grammar? So, basically, in short, I do not really want to put myself through the struggle of dealing with this mess after a year and a half of improving my writing and plot story writing abilities. Besides, the plot in itself was messy spaghetti bullshit that I kinda hate now that I look back at it. In concept? In practice? I was not nearly skilled enough back then to make it work. Even if I did have some great ideas, I was just entirely new to FIC writing and had no idea how to make anything work, still figuring out how I wanted to do sheet and all that. So, I might come back to this and eventually rewrite it. Maybe, not sure, I don't guarantee it, mainly because I'm more focused on finishing Umbra Voice and working on my two other fics, but maybe if inspiration strikes you will see me come back and make something out of this concept. For now, anyone is free to take this idea and make it their own FIC, or do whatever you want with this, I won't mind, and I can imagine a lot of people wanted to see this get finished, but even I wanted to see it through and had a lot of content planned. Like a lot of interactions with Hawks, Midoriya and Hawks being chaotic siblings, adoptive but Aizawa finding out that they are related, not really but everyone would think so, through funny rooftop interactions, all the crackfic stuff and them arguing over the smallest stuff, Mito doing the UA entrance exam making all teachers instantly realize oh he's related to Hawks. I had so many funny things planned, it's almost a shame that I can't go through with it. Might make small one-shots set in this might not? Not sure, I have a lot to do as it is. I'm a better writer now though and I learned a lot during the past year, so if I ever decided to rewrite it, it would probably not be a barely hanging together bullshit and would probably be way more fun to read. Although, before you leave, I just want to advertise my other, newer fics, which now have actual plot and actual Google Docs files related just to pre-planning it so that I won't end up making the same mistakes as I did here, which were never planning anything ahead and having more plot holes than a Swiss cheese wheel at a blind shooting convention. Fics that you may be interested in if you liked my stories. Umbra Voice. My top priority to finish at the moment. It's a villain Midoriya story with a very realistic twist. Aka Midoriya actually feels bad and doesn't want to become a villain, but the world is giving him no other options. Although, he is slowly warming up to the idea of being a villain, especially when all villains he met so far aren't all that bad, and there's a wave of people praising his content as a blogger and analyst, Umbra Voice. Known to the public as someone that exposes heroes for all the times they broke the law and covered it up. With nothing to lose and a lot of people he's helping behind him, he decides to help rebuild society in a way that would be better for everyone involved. DNA of a Monster, closer to canon, a story where Midoriya has a variation of all for one's quirk with a twist, and AFO is his father. He doesn't really like the idea of being a villain either, and wants to go to the heroes so badly, except he eventually finds himself falling further into the hole of, they aren't that bad, are they? And is slowly realizing that he actually cares about the villains, sees them as a family. When he goes to UA as a spy, he has a chance at either cutting off the ties with the villains once and for all and accepting being a hero, saving people, picking the morally right side, or maybe he could betray them and finally accept his dark family for what it is, because they care for who he really is instead of an idealized version that he tried so hard to put up to be accepted in the hero class. Who knows how it will end? Read it to find out. Love. The Desolation of Mind. Very far from canon story where Midoriya has constant memory holes and is struggling to piece together why his body is constantly acting weird. He has instincts he shouldn't have and apparently is involved with things he has no memory of. He tries to figure everything out, getting involved with the criminal world despite the fact that he really shouldn't, and accidentally becoming a criminal on his own. The whole story is pre-planned chapter by chapter, has a lot of foreshadowing, and is going to be entirely written as a puzzle for people to figure out. Will involve a lot of OCS, whole original criminal organizations, etc., so it's more for those sick and tired of the same old reheated canon. If you don't like canon, then welp, this is for you. I hope y'all check out any of those and share your opinions, and I hope that one day I end up motivated enough to rewrite this old mess. Have a great day, everyone.